Yes, sir. It starts 1 July. Yeah.
For them. That means we have to just make an adjustment for the water to see if we
But
get
they
a COLA this year. We get a COLA this year, we'll take that in the first 6 months.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and get started. We have a work session here at 4, and at 5 o'clock we'll begin our regular meeting. So we're going to begin with our work session. We have representatives of Wasatch Integrated Waste here this evening. Nathan Rich. Nathan, if you'll raise your hand there. Nathan is the executive director and keeps everything running smoothly down at the Davis landfill facility and beyond. Preston Lee, who's the operations director and also Morgan County resident. We have a few Morgan County residents that work for Wasatch Integrated, so we appreciate you supporting our economics here. And then Colette West, who recently joined Wasatch Integrated. It's been a couple months now, right, Colette? And she is the new sustainability expert and recycling expert. So I've given you kind of the very abbreviated Cliff Notes version of what you'll hear tonight. They're here to give you the much better version than the quick version that I gave you and answer questions. So with that, we'll turn the time over and let you get started.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, members of the council. We appreciate the opportunity to come, and I'll try. It sounds like this is working pretty well. So I'm going to take a little bit of time. I really appreciate you giving us enough time that we don't get to Morgan very often. I was trying to remember the last time I was here, but I think I may have been in a city meeting in this room. But it's been a few years, so we appreciate the opportunity to come up. We'll talk a little bit about the district and in general what we do, and then get to the recycling program, which is the new program that we're talking about that's generating some interest. Quick overview. Wasatch Integrated Waste Management District, we're a special service district. So a lot like the sewer district. I'm not sure what other districts Morgan County is potentially a part of. But we are a quasi-governmental entity. We're owned by Davis County, Morgan County, and 15 entities within those counties. So basically all of Davis and Morgan County, with the exception of Bountiful, which continues to operate in that legacy landfill that's on the west side of Legacy Highway as you drive through West Bountiful, actually. So we handle about 340,000 tons of municipal solid waste a year, and we serve about 330,000 residents. So even I can do that math. Each one of us generates about a ton of municipal solid waste, and that's the fancy word for garbage in a year. And about not quite half of that comes from residents. It's residential waste that's handled through cities, our member cities, and a little more than half of that comes from commercial waste. So waste at businesses and construction and demolition waste. We currently handle that job with about 73 full-time employees, and I answer to a 19-member administrative control board on which Mr. Newton sits. So everyone has a boss. I have 19 of them, which is usually works out pretty well, but can be interesting. This is our mission statement, and I'm not going to read it to you, but the district has a long history of doing more with our waste than just putting it in a landfill. And we'll talk a little bit about the landfill, which is an important piece of the system. But operating the waste to energy facility for 30 years, and we want to make sure we continue to recognize that waste is a resource and pursue best demonstrated technologies as we try to put a system together to take us into the future. So we're Wasatch Integrated Waste Management District. So the question is, what does integrated mean? In the industry, integrated used to be sort of a code word for we have a waste to energy facility. And in the last 15 or so years, that's changed a little bit. This is a graphical representation of the EPA's waste management hierarchy. So from most preferred to least preferred method of disposing of municipal solid waste from an environmental standpoint. The top three we have not been involved in historically, and we're moving into the reuse, recycle, recover the energy, waste to energy facility, and then least preferred landfill from an environmental standpoint. But it's important that the landfill, we have an environmentally sound landfill like we have at the Davis landfill that has liner in it to protect. So as much as we try to do in the areas up above, reduce, reuse, recycle, there's always an amount of non-recyclable residue that needs to go into a landfill. So it's important that we have a well-run landfill to handle that material. So our name, Wasatch Integrated Waste Management District, is admittedly a little bit long, but it is better than our original name, which was Davis County Solid Waste Management and Energy Recovery Special Service District. So we were required to remove county from the name. So in about 2006, we tried to do something that we felt like fit our mission better. This graphic is an interesting graphic. This was recyclables sorted from a load of materials that came out of Kaysville. And I don't know if you notice anything interesting about this, but one thing we know is that there's not one size fits all solution for solid waste management. Everyone's waste is actually different. Our waste, Morgan County's waste is different than the waste on the Wasatch Front. Wasatch Front waste is very different from waste that we would find in other communities. So what we're trying to do is come up with this integrated pieces of this integrated puzzle where the demographics, the geography, the culture allow us to put together these pieces of the puzzle. You pick out what's funny about this picture? There's no beer cans in it. So if you well, when I say no, I mean almost anywhere else in the country, this would be like 80% beer cans. So even the fraction of recyclable material in our waste is not the same. For years, we struggled with removing grass from the waste stream so that it would burn better in the waste to energy facility. A lot of communities have absolutely no organic or grass clippings in their waste can because they've banned that. The reason that the waste to energy facility operated where it did for many years was because we had Hill Air Force Base next door as a large energy customer for that facility. So this is the integrated system that we operate. The foundation to that system is the Davis landfill. This landfill's been there since about 1952, and we provide a lot of our customer service facilities at that landfill. A big part of the landfill is our green waste recycling and composting facility. Without the waste to energy facility, this is now the largest component of diversion in our system right now. So the largest piece of recycling we do is actually locally recycling. It's an example of upcycling as we take green waste and turn it into usable compost and wood chip products. Citizen waste drop-off facility gives your residents an opportunity to get in and out of that landfill safely without a flat tire. And also we have some recycling opportunities there. Another part of that program is our household waste and electronic waste program, where we encourage people to come down and drop off materials so we can dispose of it properly, and we provide those services free of charge to residents of the district. A more recent program, and this is our first foray into moving up that hierarchy into reuse. We have a landfill thrift store now that's co-located with the household hazardous waste facility. While this facility doesn't divert a lot of material, it's a really interesting educational opportunity, and people come in and it helps you realize the amount of things that we throw away, and so this helps us try to do something a little bit better with those materials. Another component to that system is we actually pull the gas that's being generated by that roughly 5 million tons of garbage that's sitting in the Davis landfill. It's generating methane, which is it's really a problem for human health and safety. We pull that gas. We have a project. We're just moving into our 19th year of a 20-year contract with Hill Air Force Base, where we generate about 2.5 megawatts of renewable power with that landfill gas. We're actually working on a new project to replace that, where we'll upgrade the gas to pipeline quality and be injecting that into the pipeline and selling that as renewable natural gas into some different markets. The newest piece of our puzzle is the Davis Material Recovery and Transfer Facility. This facility sits on the site where the waste to energy facility was, and we do two things with that facility. And I'm going to go. Did we put those other little pictures? Are not in there, Colette? What's that? Oh, that's in Farmington's tomorrow. Wow. Well, there you go. So this facility does two things. The first one is you can see on the left those open bays. It acts as a transfer station, and that's a place where collection vehicles dump the waste on the floor. We pick it up and put it into larger transfer trailers that allows us to transfer it more efficiently. That waste right now, we're transferring about 100,000 tons per year to the Tecoy landfill on the Skull Valley Reservation. It's about 97 miles one way for us. The other thing is the facility is co-located a material recovery facility, and that's where we have equipment that's has the ability to sort the single stream recyclables, and they share the common tipping floor. So this graphic is interesting. If you went to the left back over time, it actually looks pretty similar. The yellow line on top is total waste delivered to our system. The red bars are actually waste processed at the waste to energy facility. That facility closed in May of 2017. So you can see as we closed the processing capability of the waste to energy facility, the waste had to go somewhere, and it went into the Davis landfill. And those are the blue lines that you can see really jumped up. The other thing that we found was interesting in 2019 and 2020 with COVID, we had about a 20% increase in waste coming to the district, and that's tempered a little bit, but last year has jumped up a little bit more. So the dark purple bar, in order to put less waste into the Davis landfill, which is very efficient, it's right there, low-cost landfill, we're transferring waste that I talked about. So it's 97 miles to transfer waste one way. The other way we divert material out of the landfill is through our green waste and our other recycling programs. So through the recycling program and transfer, we've made a conscious decision, and let's see if that's in here. So we talk about with closure of the waste to energy facility, how long do we want that landfill to last? How do we best use the MRF, and what are the economic consequences? We hired GBB in 2021, and we approved an update to our 20-year solid waste management plan in 2022. And in that plan, we identified a couple of things. Right now, if we were diverting no waste from the landfill and putting all the waste in that landfill, we'd have about 8 years left in that landfill. So when we did this work, it was about 10 years, but now it would be about 8 years. So we made some recommendations, and the first one is we want that landfill to last a little bit longer. So we made some conscious decisions to extend the life of that landfill by about 10 years. It gives us some operational flexibility, and it also allows us time to plan for what the system is going to look like when that landfill is closed. And the first thing that's going to happen is the cost of the system is going to go up, because we'll have to pay the cost to haul the waste almost 100 miles. The other thing that we decided as minor points of that is we want to increase and support robust recycling programs district-wide. And that's really the piece we're going to talk about in a minute here. And then also at some point in time, about 3 to 5 years before the landfill closes, we'll need to build a second transfer station, and it will be located at that landfill to give us the capacity to transfer the waste we're handling today, as well as about a 20-year planning horizon into the future. So in about 10 years, we'll be looking at building a second transfer station at the landfill. Now, when I talk about closing the Davis landfill, we'll be closing the landfill, but we'll continue to operate those customer service facilities that you see at the landfill now. So your residents' ability to come in, we'll still operate the drop-off facility, the recycling opportunities will be there, the green waste composting will be there for the foreseeable future, but instead of an open landfill, there will be a transfer station with a roof on it. So the residents around the landfill will enjoy that, but everybody else will pay a little bit more because the cost of the system is going to go up a little bit. So the incinerator was a great facility in a lot of ways, and that's an excellent question. The incinerator operated for 30 years, so it was a well-worn piece of equipment. It was at a point where we needed to do some additional extraordinary maintenance on the facility. There's really 3 issues. Extraordinary maintenance up and coming. At the time we made that decision, we were non-attainment area for PM 2.5. We were going to have to install some additional air pollution control equipment on the facility. And then the third leg that fell out from under the stool was Hill Air Force Base as our really only real energy customer indicated to the board that they wanted to buy less steam from us moving forward and weren't really interested in the renewable aspect of that energy. They're driven by cost. So the decision was made to shutter that facility. But we miss that facility in a lot of ways, and one of them is that it processed about 125,000 tons per year. So roughly what we've done now with the first transfer station is replace that disposal capacity that the waste energy facility was providing us. Yes, sir.
Why couldn't you have tried to do, I mean, even with the upgrades and all that kind of stuff with the incinerator, why couldn't you have sold the steam power to somebody else?
We looked at that option. Utah's an interesting energy market. The Hill Air Force Base was a good customer for us because they bought the steam, and we generated a low pressure, low temperature steam per se. It was about 400 degrees Fahrenheit, 400 psi. To make electricity from the steam, which is what most power plants do, they're typically generating steam at a much higher temperature and pressure, which makes it more efficient. So we looked at installing a turbine, generating electricity, selling the electricity in Utah. Utah is a regulated market. The only place you can legally sell electricity is to Rocky Mountain Power, and Rocky Mountain Power doesn't want anybody's renewable energy other than them. I mean, I'm putting words in their mouth, but you could ask them that. So they're forced.
Don't worry, I have.
They're forced under PURPA to pay you an avoided cost for that power, and the answer was we were roughly at $5 million in revenue with the waste energy facility. That would have dropped down to about $2 million in revenue, and cost about another $15 million to install those turbines to make the switch. So it was we spent a lot of years trying to figure out how to best use that facility. So I will tell you, it was not a decision lightly taken by the board. And part of what we're dealing with now is still, how do we move forward and dealing with that. One of the and this is just once the board approved the plan in 2022, the question then was, what does it mean to implement robust curbside recycling? So we took us about a year. We worked through a process with Jacobs Engineering. We collected data from all the cities to try to understand. We did some peer interviews of peer jurisdictions to try to determine best practice as we came up with a program to move forward. The board took action on that last November. So curbside recycling. I think this is interesting. This data is now about a year old. We currently have, you can see, I think there's 10 or 11 cities that have some level of commingled recycling within the district, but it's a really mixed bag. We have some cities, Woods Cross has 100% participation. We have some cities that rolled out bundled programs a number of years ago or some opt-out programs that have great participation, and then we have some cities that have let their participation slip, sunset, and then Layton's program is a purely subscription program. Clearfield actually had an opt-out program, and then they took off the requirement moving forward, and their participation slipped from in the mid 70s down to around 50% participation. So you can see we have recycling bins at about 45% of the households in the district, and then we have 6 communities, 2 of which are Morgan City and Morgan County, that currently don't have a city-sponsored recycling program. So this is why it's interesting. We think, we know by experience that between a curbside commingled program and a green waste program, that we can see cities approach diversion, which means they're not creating garbage. Up to about 30% of the waste being diverted by households can be diverted away from the landfill. This is the current performance of those systems. You can see some of the better performing systems are around 20%. So with some additional education on those programs, and then we're hoping to roll out some programs in some of the other cities. So this is just a comparison, and I think you have this information of what cities are currently charging residents. Morgan City and Morgan County shouldn't feel bad about their cost. We know that's a function of in part distance from the district, but it's more about distance between households because the collection is just a little bit less effective. The hauler has to drive a little bit further between households. So the question is, why are we pushing for a robust program? A couple of things, and this just is a little regression chart. We know that the higher the participation rate, the lower your hauling costs will be. So we think it's important, if we're going to go through the effort of rolling out a program, we want to make the unit cost as low as possible. So we rolled out in November. The board said we'd like to see bundled service. So what does bundled service mean? What bundled service means is you put one price, and I live in Ogden. Don't judge me for that, but that's where I live. And on my utility bill, it says solid waste services, and it says $25, and I get a garbage can and a recycling can. I don't have to have the recycling can, but if I tell them to come and pick it up, it won't change what they charge me on the bill. So the advantage to a bundle service is it drives participation. So it drives your unit cost down. It's also highly effective because in the future, your city people don't have to sell when people move in. They don't have to try to convince them you should have a recycling can, so by that it avoids subscription drift. So we've had a lot of pushback on the bundle program. A lot of cities don't like this. A lot of city managers particularly haven't liked that because they're concerned about pushback from residents. And nobody likes the word mandatory in Utah. So currently, we discussed in committee meetings last month and board meeting last month. This is some proposed language that we're looking at where we're saying if you want to run an opt-out program, that's just fine. I think bundled gets higher participation sooner, but an opt-out program, which is what most people are familiar with rolling out, and most of the cities in Davis County originally rolled out opt-out programs during a period when you're rolling the program out. If somebody doesn't want the can, they call in and they opt out, or they come into the office and fill out a form and opt out, and they don't have to have the recycling
What's the
can.
cost difference? What are we talking?
You'll get participation on a good opt-out program of 75 to 80%.
No, if you had a bundle
I don't-
versus an opt-out.
Well, and so in a bundled program, at the surface, you're going to have 90% participation. And I would say your hauler, Robinson, does a great job. And I think his top tier, his best pricing, you'll probably hit that with a bundled program. I don't think with an opt-out program. I think moving from an opt-out to a bundled isn't really going to improve your pricing substantially.
But pricing, Matt, we've asked, the pricing is really the hauler cost here. It's not
Right.
Wasatch
It's
Integrated.
not the
It's the
the
hauler
district's
cost. And we've
pricing.
asked Robinson to get us some pricing. We think it'll be somewhere in the neighborhood of $4 to $5 a month per
difference.
increase to do the recycling.
For-
So yeah, the difference you're probably talking.
For that additional blue can per household, the cost to haul that, we know South
That's-
Weber got pricing at just over $4. So in that range.
And people are opting out of that down below for the $4, or Wonder-
There's a
yeah,
little bit of
I
a-
think, I think the impression is, and it depends. It depends on the city. My belief is that a few people will want to opt out. You know, in a city, you're going to get 30 or so people that are going to come in. They're going to be unhappy, and they're going to be unhappy that it's mandatory, and they're going to opt out. I think by and large, the issue is going to go away pretty quickly, and then people aren't going. You're not going to hear about it again. That's my opinion. There's some city managers that don't share that opinion right now. In fact, we have some city managers that have great opt-out programs with good participation that don't want to bundle their rate because they just don't want the district to tell them how they should put their rate. So what we're saying is, an opt-out program I think gets us there from my perspective. It's still a good program, and if it makes it easier politically to allow somebody who's upset about being forced to recycle to have the opportunity to opt out, I think that helps.
Okay. This-
The key to the opt-out program is after the opt-out period ends, anybody moving into the community from that point forward gets a can. So in the long run, particularly in communities that aren't built out yet, you end up with very high participation rate in the longer run because when people move in, they're just provided a can as part of their basic service. My personal opinion is this is we're operating a modern solid waste management system, and everyone buys and generates material that is recyclable. We should all have a garbage can and recycling can.
I'm always holding out two bags, you know, and if I had recycling one, I think it'd fit in both. You know, so.
Yeah, I think one thing that's important as you look at, and I'll say this as you think about your pricing. Typically and historically, cities price the services for the first can, second can, recycling can. They take the fee that the district charged, they add the hauler's fee, and that's what they charge their resident. But you don't need to do that. You have an enterprise fund, and as long as your enterprise fund stays whole, you can restructure that pricing to incentivize certain behavior. So I think what's important to think about is if you make the recycling can cheaper than a second garbage can, a lot of people that have a second garbage can, you will actually save money if they can, put a lot of that material into the recycling can. So there's some things that we can do to make it a little bit less or feel more like a benefit.
More enticing.
Yeah.
So, question. So the difference between, well, maybe we're going to go over it here. You've got green waste, recyclable.
Yes.
You've got paper goods and plastic goods.
Yes.
Yet, if you have recycling, I mean, it seems to me like you'd almost need to have 3 cans versus 2 cans.
Yes.
If you're going to do green waste.
If you're going to do green waste. So,
I mean, in Morgan County, unless you're in a city area, most of the recycled green waste goes to my cows.
as it should.
Nathan and I
Yeah.
have had that conversation a few
Yeah.
times.
So I would say everyone can use a recycling can. I mean, really, we all buy stuff that is recyclable: paper, cardboard, steel, aluminum. Green waste, and when we talk about the green waste program, and we'll be talking about that in another year or so, and we're starting to talk more about that now. It's amazing how much some of these cities divert through their green waste program. I'm going to go back to this graph. So you can see, Fruit Heights, they're diverting almost 15% of their waste just through the green waste can. But you don't need to be mandatory on the green waste program. Cities that we allow as an opt-out, and truly an opt-out, means we give everybody a can, and if anyone calls and says, I don't want this can, I don't want to pay for it, you pick it up, and there's no sunset to that. We've seen that we get about 50% participation in the green waste program. And again, the key to that program is the green waste can needs to be less than the second garbage can. And it's stunning how much diversion we can get through that program. But that program will be less politically sensitive because it's purely an optional program. We'll just talk about finding out what a cost would be and seeing if it's a program that residents are interested in. And certainly, I think much less interesting in Morgan County, right? So feed your, I don't know why people bag their grass clippings to begin with, but if you did, you're going to want to feed them to your goat or cow or something. So the other thing, when the way the ordinance is currently written, we said cities have until July 25 to implement a bundled program, or we would increase their household use fee. So the proposed language changes that, and we're saying there's no deadline, there's no penalty, and a city can do a bundled program or an opt-out program. And if they do that, they will qualify for a diversion incentive. So this is what that diversion incentive would look like based on what cities are doing today. And basically what we'll do is reduce the household use fee, which is currently $7.20, by the actual fraction of waste that cities divert out of the garbage can. So it's an incentive, it's calculable. So you can see that cities with, North Salt Lake has a good recycling program. You're getting about a 10%, under this proposed language would get about a 10% discount. If a city decides they don't want to roll out a program, don't roll out a program. And we think this will help get us, we're spending a lot of time and energy, I think, in places where, so it'll be nice to see if we can get this back on track.
So how can we get our prices down? By bundling or what? I'm not understanding that part.
Well,
By diverting the waste through recycling. And if we did a bundled program, we think we'd have better participation in that, which in turn means more diversion.
yeah. Now, so some of these higher diversion incentives, and I'll point this out up front. So let's say you could get $1 through a good blue can program. That dollar off of the household use fee will not cover the $4 that it's going to cost your residents, the $4 to $5. But it helps incentivize it a little bit, and it's not a penalty, and so we think it's a better way to have cities think about, how we can move the program forward.
I'm just wondering, I mean, you've got some here, $5.63. How did they get it down to that point? I mean, how can we do that if we wanted to?
They have a curbside blue can recycling, and they also have a green waste recycling can.
But keep in mind, Blaine, this is just the household fee that Wasatch Integrated charges.
That's
This does
correct.
not include the hauler cost.
Right, I understand
So the
that.
hauler
I'm
cost
just-
is on top of
I mean, I'm just looking at here, if Kaysville City can get it for $5.63 for theirs, why can't we do the same?
Yeah.
Is what I'm saying.
So what I'm saying is,
I mean, that doesn't mean it's to us. It's still going to cost us because of the hauler. But what I'm saying is why can't we all have that same price if we're doing that program?
so that's why I believe your question exactly is why I think this incentive does what it's supposed to do, because it gets you thinking, well, how can we do that? Right? Actually provides an incentive to put the program in place to improve your pricing through the district.
Because that would help us in the cost, covering the cost of those extra cans too.
Is this where you start, Colette? No, it goes blue where you start. So this is interesting. We know that there are some recycling accounts in Morgan County. In fact, we're working closely with Mountain West Recycling, who's an independent, and he actually has placed cans, and Ace Recycling has cans at 17% of households in Morgan County. Now, I don't know how many of those are city and how many are county. A bunch of them are in Mountain Green, thank you. But the cost of those cans is pretty expensive. So those folks, if we can get a recycling can to them for about $5 instead of 15, should be pretty happy. We also know that we did a survey, and about 62% of residents currently not recycling said they'd be willing to pay $5 for the recycling can. Also, about 20% of your residents with a second bin could potentially save money if they trade that second garbage can in for a recycling bin. So I think I don't see that it's a terrible political sell necessarily. About 68% of your residents should be happy with this program in some sort. And now, I appreciate your patience. Colette's going to just take a minute and talk a little bit about recycling and doing the right.
All right, so Nathan has gone over how an opt-out program or a bundle program is efficient, and it can decrease costs per resident, and it drives participation. But I'm going to kind of dive into why we should recycle. Well, nature recycles everything. There's no such thing as a way or landfills outside of the ones we've created. Nature systems are very efficient and resilient, so there's different organisms like mushrooms and earthworms that break down dead plant and animal matter into usable nutrients. And we're all, relying so much on this earth, so really the goal is to transition our systems to work within Earth's limits. So if you've ever heard of circular economy, it really encompasses the nature recycles everything principle. So if you see here on the left, when we waste something, we just bury it in the ground. It creates a linear economy, which is a take-make-waste system. It's not very resilient. It relies heavily on just raw materials. It's not very diverse. Can take a hit to a shock to the system more so than a circular economy. Now, the district's kind of in between a linear and a recycling economy with hopes to transition more fully to that recycling economy with more robust city-sponsored, recycling programs. And we have some circular components like our thrift store, things like that. But with the recycling economy, it takes less pressure off our natural resources, recovers those materials, keeps them in the economy a little bit longer. But we still have some going to landfill and a recycling economy. To fully transition to a circular economy, it takes a very collaborative effort from product designers to extended producer responsibility to consumer demand and behavior, all the way to waste management systems and how we're trying to recover material. And really, the recycling and composting is kind of last resort to recover materials. So you can see in a circular economy, there's a lot more than only recycling. There's remanufacturing parts, repairing, reuse activities. There's also renting out and, share, Airbnb, things like that, making sure that resources are getting used as much as they can and efficiently. So there's much more than only recycling in a circular economy. The goal really is minimal waste to landfill, and it puts a lot less pressure on natural resources, just being able to keep materials and value in the economy as long as we can. So a circular economy has three main goals. So eliminate waste and pollution, circulate products and materials at their highest value. So we also want to choose materials that we can recycle over and over again, like aluminum and steel, glass, materials like that. And also regenerating nature. So things like composting or adding value back into the soil. So along with just building a more resilient system, diverse system, preserving natural resources, there's also a lot of economic output a circular economy could add to the economy. So Goldman Sachs found that implementing circular economic principles could help add 4.5 trillion global economic output by 2030 and 25 trillion by 2050. And this graphic here on the right was a study done just for Utah, only looking at recycling. And if we increase our recycling access and infrastructure, it could lead to this much economic output. It's interesting, it really creates a lot of jobs and also reduces greenhouse gas emissions, so also helps mitigate climate change. When we're reducing consumption and extraction, also reduces energy, which in turn reduces greenhouse gases. So when we're just burying materials in a landfill, we're really burying value. So what is the district doing to help transition to a circular economy? Well, we closed the Davis Energy Facility for multiple reasons, as we discussed earlier. And we're trying to kind of move up that hierarchy of waste that we showed. Do something better with these materials, help recover those materials. So we built the MRF. We're trying to expand the recycling programs throughout the district. Then we want to expand the green waste program. Depending on how the economy changes, depending on how well these recycling programs expand and how much we divert from these programs will really determine when the Davis landfill will close and when a new transfer station will need to be built. So while we can give our residents a can, education is super important, really helping our residents understand what's happening to their recyclables and their waste. So we've been working with the Recycling Partnership. They're a nonprofit where their goal is to expand recycling throughout the United States. And they have done lots of studies. They've found that 75% of Americans that have access to a recycling program, they don't recall receiving any communication from their program in the past year. But they also found for those who remember the communication, they're more satisfied with their service, they recycle more, they're more confident in their recycling abilities, and they actually believe that their recyclables are made into new things. So education is super important. The district's taking a lot of that. We're going to be putting a lot of efforts into education. So really the next steps to
Question
roll
for
out this
you,
program.
Colette.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
In that last slide, you say, believe. There it is. Believe their their recyclables are made into new things.
Mm-hmm.
Are we really doing that? Are we just trying to make them believe it and then we really don't?
Yeah, no, that is a great question. We're actually going to cover all the different materials we actually sell to the market to be made into new products, and also material that goes to engineered fuel.
And
So we're
maybe we
going
ought
to,
to change that believe to we do.
yeah, exactly. Like they know these materials are getting recycled. For sure, great point. So really the next steps to kind of roll out one of these programs. So the Recycling Partnership, they've awarded us a grant to help offset some of the cost of buying all these cans for your residents. So they've awarded the district the funds, so we're kind of the clearinghouse for Morgan County, Morgan City. So if the county decides to roll out bundled program, you guys can be awarded $15 toward each new cart that goes on the ground. If you guys go with the opt-out program, then you can be awarded $10 per each cart that you guys pay for rolling out. And then the district is going to pay for all the educational materials, and we've just been assigned a project manager with the Recycling Partnership. They're going to work with us with every new city rolling out, and they're going to help build us all the educational material. We can work with you guys, whatever specific information you want on there. I'll work on adding it, and then we'll get that out and the time frame that you guys need. So they're really the experts on rolling out these programs. They think about 30 days before the can hits the ground. They send a flyer like this, so your carts come in this time. We'll have other information on there, any specific information you guys don't want to put on there. We'll do that, we'll get that out to the residents. And then we've also built recycling signage for the carts, and we'll get education in the home as well. Also working on anti-contamination strategies, and then I've been working with city media contacts to update city recycling pages, also connect their website to our website, and then we're also welcome to come to any city events, help connect with your residents and educate them on what's happening. So I know this is all what you've been looking forward to the whole time, what actually goes in the recycling can, right? So we recover really mainly 5 materials out of the blue can. That these have always had a pretty steady market, and we sell all of these materials to different, paper mills, plastic mills. So aluminum and steel, very recyclable. So just need those empty, put those in the can. Saves a lot of energy when we recycle aluminum. So aluminum, making a new can from an old can for aluminum cans saves 95% of the energy rather than making a can from raw materials. So really significant energy savings. Plastics are very confusing. There's 7 different types of plastics. So we capture plastics number 1, which are your plastic bottles, your soda bottles, sometimes they're your ketchup bottles. You can find the number on the bottom usually of the plastic. We also bale and sell plastic number 2. So they're your milk jugs, detergent jugs. And then we don't take plastic number 3, but you really shouldn't have a lot of that. It's usually PVC sprinkler piping. And then plastics 4 through 7, as long as they're clean and empty, we tell residents to throw them in because we can bale those with other unrecyclable paper. And then we actually send them to a local cement kiln here in Morgan, and they use it as energy instead of pet coke or coal. So definitely better than letting all that material go to the landfill. And then paper and cardboard, same thing. We capture these materials and sell them to the market. They're made into new paper products. Also, significant energy and water resource savings when we recycle those. On the bottom, we have some just other information. So we don't want the recyclables to be bagged. That way, if they're bagged, our sorters can't separate out all the material. And then we don't want any food or liquid in there or tanglers. That can be harmful to the equipment or to the people we have on the lines. And then we have other recyclable material that we have drop-off programs for. So we have a drop-off program for glass. I also can connect you guys with Momentum Recycling if you guys want to get a few public glass drop-offs throughout the county, get something closer for your guys' residents. And then we have a clothing drop-off at the landfill, and we also have electronic and battery recycling drop-off programs. It's kind of by that thrift store area.
So, question on those items.
Mhm.
Does that mean that you cannot put those in the regular garbage? Or, or are those only, I mean,
Yes, so you can put them in your regular garbage. So, or you can drop them off separately at these recycling programs. So they're okay to put, well, lithium ion batteries.
One exception is really not likely to not put those really big lithium-ion batteries. But the other things.
that'll
They
burn it
do
for
every
us.
year. They end up with a landfill fire at least once or twice a year that
Sorry, I
when the
just
crusher
wanted,
crushes one of those
Well,
batteries.
the problem is I'm not gonna take a bag like this down to the recycling center because I don't go down there very often. So I would rather put them all into my garbage can and get rid of it.
Better in your garbage can than in the recycling.
Okay.
sorry to jump in, but we have 7 minutes before we have to go to our regular session. And I would love to hear, if we may, Cindy handles all of our billing.
Yeah, if you
Do
have
you
any
have any,
I was just gonna ask.
you mic, you got a loose mic right in front of me.
I was gonna ask the cost of.
They will not be able to hear that on YouTube. You left the mic on the table.
I can start answering that question, Cindy. We don't quite know yet. Generally speaking, we asked Robinson to get us pricing to include the cans. And we can still apply that $10 or $15 amount towards that cost to reduce the overall cost. That's what most of the cities and counties are doing, is having the hauler provide the cans so that we're not laying out the cash for the cans in advance. But we could go a different direction and we could purchase the cans ourselves, and then that would reduce the hauler cost. So
'Cause that's
we can look
quite
at both options and see.
It's quite a bit of,
It's a lot of capital, and that's why in most cases the haulers have agreed to do that. Of course, they're building that into their cost over time. So we're paying them back for those cans. And generally, when they do that, after a certain number of years, we then own the cans.
okay. Are we staying with Robinsons because Robinsons is
So-
exclusive to?
Yeah, we have an agreement with Robinson, so that's who we would.
So why are
Work.
we staying with
So-
them even with that agreement? It's gotta expire once in a while, and so why not go to another,
We
or
just
at least
re-upped
allow
it.
another
Yeah,
source to
we
bid?
renewed that agreement.
This
Now, it
last
is
July.
just for mixed solid waste. It doesn't include recycling. We could put it out there for RFP to see if we get,
I
different
would
pricing
like to
from
see that.
another hauler. For the most part, and the district even looked into doing like district-wide contracting for recycling. There's really, three main haulers in the district. They all sat down and discussed, and they all kind of said, we're gonna leave each other's territory alone, so to speak.
Okay.
So we could request that, we could put out an RFP and see if there's any better pricing using somebody else. I'm very happy with our hauler.
I
Haven't
am
had any
too.
issues. They're local to the county. Well, at least they live in the county, the owner does.
Yeah.
And I think that's been good for us, so.
I'm just thinking of the dynamics right now, cause ACE is throughout the whole county, and I'm just like, wow.
Oh, I mentioned
Yeah.
that. So we have an agreement with ACE.
Can you use the mic?
Oh, yeah. Thank you for that question. So we have an agreement with Mountain West Recycling and ACE. When we roll out a program, we'll coordinate with them, and they will go out and pick up their cans and not hold residents to those contracts. And that's really important. And the reason they're willing to do that is because they're one of the three main haulers district-wide, and some of their cities are picking up some recycling. So at the end of the day, it's more recycling cans on the ground. So thank you for that question.
And
Good question.
you went into this knowing that this was gonna happen, and you told ACE up front, correct?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. Awesome. Well, just to wrap up, so if this new incentive language passes, we also want to communicate residents how they can participate in reuse actions and reduce their waste. Because with a recycling program, if your residents can also learn ways to also reduce their waste, that will also increase your reduction rate. So I have this short video just to show you kind of the impact and the difference between reusable and single-use items, and then that's all we have if you guys have any more questions. And then you guys can just press play on this video for me. Yeah, it's about, yeah. Well, thank you guys for your time, and we hope you learned a lot about trash today, but and recycling. But if you guys have any more questions, we're here. So I know you guys gotta start your meeting, but
Commissioners, any questions? And if you think of something later, we can always,
I would
Communicate about that.
would it invite you to come on a tour facility anytime you'd like, and see the material recovery facility. It's a pretty impressive facility, and also jump on the website. There's some videos. So lacking a tour, there's some videos and a few things that we've been working on the website. And yeah, feel free to reach out to us anytime. Thank you for having us.
thank you, appreciate it. Okay, we're gonna take about a 2-minute break here, and then we'll get started with our regularly scheduled meeting. Incomplete RFP gives us an incomplete agreement, in theory.
So I sent out an email to Josh on what I thought about it. He said, "It's going to go through it." I said, "Give me comments on it." So I sent him my comments to him after I heard that it went out. I sent him comments. I said, "Hey, this is what."
How are you?
Anyways,
Doing good.
I'll be saying
How are you doing?
just because
Good.
you're here.
And I'm just.
Well, I don't know. I'd rather not.
I mean, it sounds like maybe one that has two separate surveying services for students. So,
Yeah, it is.
anyways, but I'll just explain. Not a
That
big deal,
it's
just-
that's Utah.
I'll explain. You have that hat.
I know that my IT guy does. But yes,
It's on there.
they tested it. Yeah. Yes.
Come on in and have a seat. All right. We're going to go ahead and get started. Welcome to the Morgan County Commission meeting. Today is May 7th, 2024. We just completed a work session where we had a presentation from Wasatch Integrated Waste Management. We will begin with an invocation and pledge of allegiance, and Commissioner Wilson has agreed to take care of that.
Our Father in heaven, we bow our heads and give thanks for this evening. Grateful to be here as both commission and residents. Thankful, Heavenly Father, for this valley in which we live. We're grateful for the freedoms that we enjoy. We're thankful for those people who are protecting those freedoms and rights. And we are grateful for the trust that our residents have put in to us, and we pray that we might do those things that would best benefit our constituents. We're grateful for all the people in this valley, and we pray that their homes and families will be blessed and watched over, and we say these things in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen. Please arise. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Commissioner Wilson. One item I'll note that's on my agenda here today is National Teacher Appreciation Day. So please acknowledge any teachers in your lives.
It's actually for the whole week.
Yes, you're right, Teacher Appreciation Week. All right. We will move into Section B, our consent items. We have 3 items on this evening's agenda. First is the approval of the County Commission work session minutes for April 16th, 2024. I know there was one change in that, and that was that the original minutes didn't mention the $10,000 for the match on that grant that was discussed. I believe that's been added to the minutes now. Okay, perfect. Are there any other adjustments to the minutes that need to be made?
This is a minor issue, but on the discussion, Brenda Nelson, Morgan County Recorder, in the motion, the Pro West and Associates, it should just be an ampersand and a capital A. It's page 5. Very bottom of the page in the motion. Where it says the proposal from Pro West and Associates. So the word "and" should just be an ampersand. And then associates should be capitalized. Yeah, your shift key 7. Capital A.
Any other adjustments to the minutes?
No, I've already given her mine.
Perfect. With that, we'll look for a motion on item B1.
Mr. Chair, I'll move that we approve the work session minutes for April 16th, 2024.
Second.
A motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed?
And I guess that's both the work session and the,
Yes.
Yes, it's work session and commission meeting, correct. I assume everyone's agreement still stands?
Yes.
Okay. Were there any opposed? Okay, motion passes, thank you. Okay, we will move to item B2. Item B2 and item B3 are related items. These are resolutions accepting the resignation of 2 planning commission members, one of which resigned some time ago, more than 6 months ago, but we hadn't officially accepted that resignation. So that's on the agenda this evening, the other of which resigned more recently.
I move that we accept I move that we accept the resolution CR 24-28 and 24-29, resignation of Morgan County Planning Commissioners.
a second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor of the motion?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. Item C, declarations of conflict of interest with commissioners on any of tonight's agenda items. Okay, seeing none, we will move to our public comment period. This is the opportunity for the public to address the commission. We do not have, oh, we do, I'm sorry. We do have one public hearing on the agenda this evening. That is the item number 6, F6 Geologic Hazard Code Text Amendment. All other items are not public hearing items. So if you'd like to address the commission, now is your time.
Good evening. My name is Bill Coots. I live in Mountain Green. I'm here tonight representing the Mountain Green Sewer Improvement District Board of Directors. I just wanted to give you an update on the Mountain Green plant expansion that's been going on, that you provided $400,000 to us in aid. We are about 46% of the work completed. It's scheduled right now to be completed in June of 2025. We have paid about $13 million in fees so far. It's been very successful. We're basically averaging about $1 million a month is what it costs to do the plant expansion. And that's COP Construction that's doing that for us. It's been a really great relationship with the county. Everything that we have asked for, the county has responded. We started off with Josh Cook back in June of last year, allowing us to start construction without a building permit. As we went along to gather some more evidence and obtain the items to get that. Unfortunately, we had a little bit of an incident where in January, apparently the planning commissioners or the planning commission sent out a notification to us that we needed to get a building permit. No one on either the COP side or the Mountain Green Sewer Improvement District received any kind of notification of that. We have gone back and looked at all the emails. So unfortunately, because we didn't respond to something we didn't get, we were hit with a stop work notice last Thursday, I believe. That's basically caused us to stop work in certain areas of the plant expansion, and it's going to cost our constituents in the MGSID about $5,000 a day for every day that stop work stays in effect. So what I'm asking for tonight is for the commissioners to help with Josh Cook to maybe have him look at, since we didn't get any notification, that maybe he goes back and says, okay, this is our normal process that we would follow. Issue the warning order to us again that we haven't provided the things we need to provide, and then allow us to continue to work so we don't waste that $5,000 a day and have our constituents have to pay that. Any questions for me on that? I hate to end on a sour note because the commissioners have all been so good to us, but I do need your help one more time to get this stop work order rescinded if possible.
Yeah, this is a public comment period, so it's not really the appropriate time for us to have a conversation on it.
Okay.
And I know there's been some other conversation about this, and perhaps we could have some more later on in the meeting. It's not an agenda item, so we'll have to see what we can do on that.
I understand.
But thank
Wanted to
you.
make sure you were aware, though. And no kidding, thanks for all the support you have given us on this project, and we look forward to it being completed next summer.
Excellent.
My name's Martin Quinlan. I've applied for a building permit at 3850 South Highway 66. It's a simple addition between a house and a garage that already exists. It's on level ground. I got pulled into this because my builder was a little overwhelmed with the geoscoping process. I said I'm really good at jumping into the middle of stuff that, or, you know, I'm figuring things out and making things move forward. Let's see. Jeremy has been helping me understand the process and to complete the application. He provided me with the information for the Utah Geographical Site. I was able to go in and pull up the maps and demonstrate everything I needed to. Unfortunately, I somehow missed it or was not made aware that in order to move forward, I have to have a geologist that's actually sign off on this project. This is a rather cumbersome process for a small project. As it sits right now, I do need a geologist, depending on what the outcome tonight, we'll see. It's only 1,000 square feet. It's located on level ground, no slopes, no erosion issues, no obstacles. It's very straightforward. I feel it would be beneficial to have an alternative way to move forward with projects like this and not have to go through the expense and the time-consuming manner of the geoscoping thing. That's all I have.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no additional public comment, we will move to our presentations. We have two this evening. The first presentation, our fire chief, Mr. Kerrigan, who will be presenting some staff educational advancements. And while he's coming up here, I just want to recognize all of the members of the Morgan County Fire and EMS Department who are here with us this evening. We appreciate all the work that you've done and continue to do for our community. And I'll hand it over to Boyd.
Good evening, Commissioners. On behalf of the Morgan County Fire Department, we are here to recognize our EMS Deputy Director, Erica White, and her students for successfully completing and hosting the 2024 Advanced Emergency Medical Technician AMT class at Firehouse 121. Erica, your dedication and hard work in not only teaching, but also navigating through the various challenges and logistics of organizing this class are truly commendable. We deeply appreciate the countless hours you and your students have invested to make this a reality. Your commitment to advancing the skills and knowledge of emergency medical responders in our community is invaluable and sets a high standard for excellence in pre-hospital care. It's a real honor to recognize you and your students for this outstanding achievement. Congratulations. We've got some certificates to hand out to the students.
I've got Kimberly Harrison. Budakofer. Oh, sorry, Lisa Budakofer.
You got to show it off, Lisa, for the picture. Come on.
Spencer Johnson. Peyton Farnsworth. Lou Smith. Hillary Wixom. And not with us tonight is Gage Herrick. Those are the 7 that took the class and passed it and are now going to use their new skills and everything to kind of further help out our community. These guys, and not only just them, but their families, have sacrificed quite a bit to keep the members of our community safe and healthy. So
Erica, how many hours did they put in for this?
there was 164 class hours.
Wow,
Yeah.
that's a lot of time.
Advanced EMT.
Yes.
That's awesome.
Awesome.
We'd also like to recognize our admin, Honor Hunt, for her completion of our LPN. So she's now a licensed practical nurse. So, yay.
Awesome, good job, Honor. This is a real accomplishment for all of you, and we really appreciate you putting the time in. Might add, this is volunteer time for the most part, and just fantastic to know that we've got people who care enough to put in the hours and the time, and your families, I no doubt missed you during that time. So thank you to them as well, if you'll please convey that to your families when you go home. Some of your families are here, and we appreciate them being here.
We'd also like to thank the commission for their support. We couldn't do this without the support of you guys, so we really appreciate your support.
Awesome. And Erica, thank you for keeping the education going over there. You want to come up here? We'll get out of the way. We can do that. We'll step to the side
This way?
so you can get your picture this way, and we're not photobombing you. Are we still in the picture? Sorry.
Yeah. I'll manage it here in a minute.
Okay. I guess while they're filing out, I'll put a plug in for those who are interested in volunteering for the Morgan County Fire and EMS Department. Please reach out to Chief Kerrigan. We will move to presentation number 2 this evening from Wasatch Civil Engineering. This is a presentation of the completed geohazard map.
My name's Tyson. I work at Wasatch Civil. I'm a GIS specialist. On the screen here is the completed geohazards map. And so at this scale, right when you log on to this, when you first log on to this map, if you're on a new computer that hasn't accessed it before, there will be a disclaimer. This disclaimer kind of talks about the data a little bit, how it should be used. The language of this is still in its process of being drafted. This is kind of just an example that has been taken from another map. And so what your user would have to do, or somebody from the public would have to read this, check this off, and then enter the site. You can see at this level we have the whole county showing here. We have some buttons here on the side, navigational buttons. So this one will take you back to the default map view, which is here. We have a table of contents that can be opened up. At this zoom scale, we're only seeing landslide scarps and faults across the county. As you zoom in, more layers will turn on to help you navigate through the county. Here we have streams that has turned on. There are your flood zones, and as you zoom in, they will be labeled, but you can see here in the table of contents what is being symbolized. As you continue to zoom in, you'll get your county parcel layer. There is a slope layer, so this is actually going to give you slopes as classified by the geohazard ordinance. As you continue to zoom in, you'll have labeling and soils turn on. So here we have soils showing where you have a slight coloration of the soil. You have a unstable soil where you have a clear look to the soil. It does not require, it's not or known to be an unstable soil. Continue to zoom in, you'll get your parcel numbers. If you continue to zoom in beyond that, you'll even get addressing that will come up. I believe the intent of this map is to help people from the public navigate geohazard concerns as part of the permitting process. Once you have gotten to any given property for assessment, the public can click this button here to capture an image, set the map area like this, and then create an image that they can work with the planning department here at Morgan County to determine what is needed to develop a property.
So if we look at that number 163,
Yes.
so you have those different colors kind of coming, is that a slope? Is that
Yeah.
like a retaining wall or something you're picking up?
So what is happening here is the 163 is the situs address for that property
Mhm.
to help people in Morgan County find their property. The coloration of the squares, the orange and red, or kind of dark red here, are your slope classifications. So where you don't have any coloration, you don't have a slope concern. That means that slope lies between 0 and 15%. Orange, you start to see a little bit of a slope. That's classified as 15 to 25%. And then anything in red is 25 and above. And depending on how the geohazard ordinance reads, it may require more research or more work to get that property to be developed.
So, question for that, the slope, it seems like every one of those are on excavated areas. Is that what it's entailing, is the fact that they've excavated that, and therefore it's, I mean, you've got along the ditch bank, it looks like. I mean, of course there's gonna be a slope when you've got a ditch.
Yep.
So, is that what it's detailing, is that far of a detail that you've got a 2-foot drop? Way up and down?
It's not that it's a 2-foot drop necessarily, it's the percent of slope that may have. You can see your mountains have a lot of slope to them. Your lower valleys lie within that 0 to 15%. This does not make necessarily a property unbuildable, it just means it requires more to make it buildable, I believe is how an ordinance would read on
Well,
that.
I was looking at just those lots, that 163 that you were on. That in particular, it looks like where they have gone and put their driveway, and I mean it's along the highway too. It's right, or the road. So how can you differentiate between a man-made slope versus a natural slope?
You cannot. So this data is LiDAR data that we've made available by the state. All we're showing here is where that LiDAR data is picking up slope. Where you have developed properties, you would assume that that home has leveled that to a certain degree to make it buildable. And you can kind of see that consistent. Where you have improvements, you tend to see fairly level terrain existing. Even where you have a parcel that was on this home, for example, primarily a very slopey area, they've come in and leveled where the improvements will be. This is fairly accurate. We've tested it and looked at a couple different areas and examples across the county, one of them being by the freeway. We start to see slopes here adjacent to how the road is in relation to going underneath the train tracks. And so this is just measuring existing slope. I believe the data, there's actually 2 data sets this is representing, and I believe it was collected in 2020.
So I've got a few comments on this. It looks like that even something as minor as a ditch, there's being picked up slopes. It also looked like in the middle of a field, there was a couple of 15% greater slopes, which isn't the case. That field's flat. So I'm sure that there's some estimates on this. I think the big concern that I'm used to is when the overall property is averaged, whatever the slope is, 15 or 20 or whatever it is. When that's a big slope property, then we have to deal with that differently. The thought that I had on this map is I would love to come in for any resident, and as what was made in the public comment earlier, whether it's 163, 173, 179, they come in and they say, okay, what soil classifications are on each of these lots? And it looks like we got a line there, so maybe there's 2 soil classifications, and it would be nice to have anybody. Doesn't matter if it's a resident, doesn't matter if it's Josh or Jeremy or anybody at the planning can go up, click on the lot, and they can say you have 2 classifications. Here's what you you either have to contact a geologist to get that stuff taken care of, or you actually don't. I mean, you're in 2 classifications that there's no reasoning for us to go through a geologic scoping, because the classifications of the soils dictate that you really don't have to.
That's correct. The way the map's set up is we haven't deleted out, but they're not part of the symbology. So any soil that is not part of the hazardous soils is not even going to show up. So the way the map is set up is if you have property where there's no soil that has a hazard, it's not even going to show up. Like those properties there's no soils in that area that are known to have hazards, like Norwood Tuff, etc.
So perfect. Let's go to the top middle screen where you're at right now. There's 2 empty lots there. Yeah, right, just to the right there. So your point, Josh, if they want to develop on either of those lots, there's nothing showing that there's soil classifications that we have to.
Those are showing like a gray. There's a gray over it to show that there are soil issues there.
I'm not seeing that.
I'm not seeing it either.
What grade are you talking about?
So the soil classification, if you look at down there where you see how that is clear, it doesn't look like there's any layer of gray over it.
You mean being grayed out is what you're talking about?
I guess the
Yeah,
point.
so the point of the map.
Point being is this: I've driven by that property since I could drive, and it's flat, and it used to be a field, and now we're saying, hey, if you come in and put a house on this, you got to go through some kind of geologic process, and the goal of this was to say, let's not include everybody in some kind of geological process, versus saying, when we start to see these classifications and issues, then let's address that. So we are saying, though, that even properties in the flat area are still going to have to go through some process.
So not necessarily.
Depending on the
So,
nature of the soil. The
depending
map's
on the
showing
nature of the
2
soil.
things. It's showing slopes and it's showing soil type.
It's also showing several other things: faults, landslides, and various other things that would also lend to or trigger a geohazards report. If those properties, if those properties are flat, that doesn't mean there aren't hazardous soils on there that may require some mitigation of some sort.
Sure.
So we have a list of soils, which, I mean, it's a lengthy list of soils, but it is by far not all soil types.
So if we go to 7117 or 7177, you said there's a gray over top of it. I'm not seeing that, but okay.
Well,
So
so that is a question I have, because there's kind of a light shading of gray compared to the green over on like 1602.
That looks like grass growing with a motorcycle track versus.
Maybe I'm misreading
Yeah,
it.
that's what I can't tell. To me, it's like, well, is that just a field that's been plowed recently, so it's not green, or
So if we go, let's go to that lot, 7177. So if you click on that, what's triggering for anybody, not just Josh, but any of us, what's saying, hey, there needs to be something geologically addressed on this lot?
So if the soil on that lot, so it doesn't have to have slopes, but if there's a soil on that lot that corresponds with one of the hazardous soils in our ordinance, then that would trigger the report.
You're saying
we
there's
don't
one
know,
in there.
but we don't know that.
No, he's saying one's in there.
How do you know?
He said it's gray.
If I'm misreading it just because of the distance, I mean, this is something that we would check with residents when they come in, because the intent is, as you said,
Anybody could do it.
people can come in and print the map and then come and talk to the planning department, and we would turn it over to Bill Black, who's the consultant geologist, to make the final determination.
so maybe if we went to 7177 again, if you click on it, then there's
Bill's
something
not
that
here.
says more info.
Oh, right there.
If you go down to the property link, more info, that's not going to give us any more detail about geology or anything there. I'm wondering if we could, with respect to ones where we think that there is a soil type that requires further study, if we could put that somewhere on this identification.
And that's what I'm getting to. It'd be great to say, hey, I don't know, not red flags necessarily, but your lot does have a geologic issue here. Here it is, because I'm not seeing that.
So when they print the map, there should be labels on the map that correspond with the issues of that property. When you select the property, it'll select all the soils that affect that property, the slopes, etc. And that should be printed on the map that they bring in.
So can you do that right now? Should be able to.
Yeah,
I
so,
was gonna say.
also, another way that the public can navigate this is, turn layers on and off, essentially. And so I think what's happening here is we have a lot of layers on. And if you're able to digest it with that, then great. If not, you can come to this tab in the bottom right corner and turn slope off, for example. I think it's a lot easier to kind of see what we've done with the soils. And I think the symbology, what we consider how it looks, can be changed slightly, because I agree with you, the slight dull gray versus a clear look to the soils may be problematic with the public knowing what's going on there.
Yeah,
But
I'm
if-
seeing everything's dull gray to me right now. But
Oh, I see. Okay, so when he turned off the soils, you can see how, going back and forth, you can see how it's overlaying the gray on it.
again, the gray is overlaying everything.
I was gonna say
So
it.
this
It
whole
overlays
process-
the
Well, I
whole
don't think it
valley.
is. So, for example, look up here in the top,
Okay.
below the river in that corner. He goes off and on. I don't think that's changing there. Maybe. You might be right. It's hazy. I can't
I
tell.
guess, so can we go create the map on 7177 real quick?
Yeah.
Let's
so-
just do that process real quick. It shouldn't take long.
No, it shouldn't. But we can certainly change the symbology of how things look to make it easier to read.
Sure.
Let me turn slope back on. And so you just come right here. You can add the legend to it, and then set the map area. We can include both of those lots, and it will create this. So you have your table of contents, and then you have a picture here. Now this will, when downloaded, will download as an image, and so you can add that to any Word document or anything that you're creating for your own records.
And to your point though, Josh, as you're saying, yes, in 7177 there are geologic soil issues, and it should label which soil classifications we have issues with.
Yep. So when you select your property, it's going to select every layer that's associated with the point, the
But
place. that
this
you
is not
select.
doing that currently.
Not right now, and we can turn the pop-ups on for the layers that you would like to see. Slope, I don't know that it would be beneficial to interact with it that way, but soils, I do agree that it would be nice to have a pop-up.
Okay. I guess I'm still lost. Because from what I'm seeing,
So-
everything's gray. We have issues with every lot.
So the
Well,
geohazards ordinance has a list of soils that are considered and classified as hazardous. Bill Black is here. He can go through all the
Yeah,
list of soils.
what's the hazardous soils on that piece of property? I think that's what we're asking.
So it's probably debris flow. And the risk is probably low. but
Speak
that's-
a little bit more into the
But,
mic.
but again, though, without you coming up, Bill, the reason we did all this, back to the gentleman who talked about it, is we wanted to be able to click on a lot and know what issues there are on that lot. And I'm not seeing that right now, because Bill's saying, well, I'm guessing. Well, I thought we could say, here, because of this classification, here's the issues you've got. Very generally speaking.
Yeah, when the map goes live, a property owner should be able to select their property, and it'll bring up the soils that affect that property. It'll be represented on the map. When it's printed up and brought into us, we can click on it on the map. We can look at it if they come in. All of that is in there. The list of soils that were used were from the geohazards ordinance. I didn't make those up. That's what's currently in there. And the soils that are affecting Morgan County, a lot of it falls within those hazardous soils. So if there's other soils that you don't find that are hazardous and shouldn't be included, then that should be a discussion between the commission and the geologist, who can kind of go through what those soils are.
And I think that was the gist of all of this, is to say, we've got a valley floor up and down the valley, and agreeing with Bill, there are different locations where there could be alluvial fans. I'm not disagreeing with that. The hope would be that there would be at least some that are okay and don't have to have a geologic hazard. We can say that all the lots have geologic hazards, so therefore everyone's going to have to be addressed no matter what. And if that's the case, I don't know how interested I am in this map, because it doesn't matter which lot you click on, they're still going to have to go to a geologist. The recent bid I got from a guy with an addition, I think it was a 300 or 400 foot square addition to his home, was $6,000.
Yeah, no question.
And it's very, and I know we're going to do a public meeting on this here in a minute, so I don't want to but I guess what I was used to seeing, and we sat down and discussed this, what Weber County created, is they said, look, there's some soil classifications where we do not have to address geology. There just are. But it sounds like possibly that's not the case. I don't know. I would hope there would be some that we don't have to address. I mean, if we have to address everything, then I'm not sure why we have a map, I guess.
Well, that was the hope. When we set out to create the map, we went through my discussions with Bill Black on what should be deleted, what could be deleted, what's not considered hazardous. We deleted those out. There may be some additional soil classifications that we could justify deleting. But again, that's a discussion between maybe the commission and Bill tonight during the public hearing to justify. But when we set out to make the map, none of those resources we had readily available, so I really couldn't have told you how it was going to come out.
Well, sorry, the resources that are available are all the soil classifications. And then we've got a geologist who can say, hey, these soil classifications, we do not have to have studies on these ones. And it sounds like you've done that. My hope was that we would have some eliminated, but I'm not seeing that so far. I'm seeing that we have to hire a geologist no matter what happens, so.
Well, and that was the understanding my partner had when he called Bill this morning, was that basically we have to do a soils test no matter what. And if there's slope and different hazardous, then we have to do a more advanced study, which is not what I was understanding that we were trying to get to either.
Yeah, and we can talk about it in the public hearing and definitely other meetings about it. I don't know. I'm not a geologist, but I've dealt with geologists my entire career, and I really think that there's got to be a little bit of leniency versus, I think the comment I had when our county engineer was in this meeting with us, we spend more money on geology for residents when we have more stormwater issues and costs for stormwater by far, maybe even tenfold than we ever do with geology. But yet we're having every resident do a geologic study. It's like, okay, hold on.
No,
Maybe we
It's
ought to have
it's
every
not-
resident do a
yeah, it's-
stormwater study and not a geology study. It's just,
That's not Josh's fault either. I think
No,
this
it's
this
fine.
swung
We'll
far. The pendulum swung when we had some slippage in Mountain Green, and so it went from
and
none to all.
Robinson Lane.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
I'm in full agreement. I
Okay.
think it is overbearing, but I'm not a geologist, so
Correct. Okay. I like the thought process. I love the thought process of a secretary at the desk being able to click on a lot and saying, hey, you don't have to do anything. And that was the hope. So, sorry, that's all I
No,
got.
that's great. Are there any other questions
Thank you for your
regarding
work
the
on this map.
Yeah,
by the
thank
way.
you.
The last function is the search function. I was just going to show that. You can search
okay.
address or parcel number here, and it will zoom you over to your parcel. I think we are looking at an area here where we have a lot of those soils that were listed, but there are areas in the county that, that do not see those soil classifications. And we'll continue to work with Josh to kind of polish this map up a little bit more so it will be easier to read and use.
So if we can do this now or later, can we look at that 3850 South Highway 66? I'm just curious.
I wonder if we ought to do that in the public hearing where this is more just a presentation on how the
Yeah,
map looks.
that's
maybe.
what I was wondering about later. Maybe later we could do that.
What do you think, Chair?
Either now or later, either one.
Are we gonna have it, we're gonna pull it up later? Do we have access to this now?
Yes, I can leave that open on the browser.
Oh, okay, perfect. Okay, sounds great. All right, well, we appreciate that presentation. Okay, we will move into action items. We'll start with action item F1. This is a review of the Fairgrounds concept plan and the previously submitted public comments for approval and adoption.
I appreciate the opportunity to be here. Got a couple guys from Wasatch Civil here today with Tyson here with me too, so kind of nice, couple different items. Just kind of a background on how we've come to this conclusion. In May of 2022, we met with a kind of a kickoff meeting with the public, several commissioners, and had a discussion about what the Fairgrounds Park should look like and things that should be evaluated. The things that were discussed at that meeting were wide. There was a wide range of discussions. I mean, talked a lot about soccer fields, events complex, river features, motocross, bike trail, bike parks. I don't know, the list could go on for a long time. Additionally, we met shortly after in July, kind of discussing some of the feedback that we'd received and some of the direction that had been given. And we kind of continue to revise that, that's what the park could look like. I think as we move forward, some of the major constraints that we ran into in this area are one is the floodplains encompass a large portion of this area, this park, which prohibits the construction of major structures, but can allow for some surface features, including parking, fields, and some of those things. It kind of requires a balance of your cut fills to kind of make that work, so that we're not changing that floodplain by any means, but it allows us to do some of those cut fill neutral things that we can do to make that work. Generally, as we looked at that, the other constraint was there's two major pipeline easements through there. And so on the north side, kind of along the freeway, there's a pipeline easement, and then there's also another easement along the road going through that Fairgrounds Parkway. So those were some constraints we ran into. As we reviewed public comment, a couple of the major themes are probably contrary to each other. One was we need more parking, especially for the fair. The second comment was we need more fields, and those are somewhat contrary to each other. I understand that, There were a few other outliers, things that were discussed, wanting to know costs, wanting to know, like why we did some of the things we did, trails, but there was a wide range of public comment that was helpful. There was several that supported, there were some that had some concerns. Probably the biggest concern that we saw with this was some of the parking concerns. So with that being said, this is generally what we've laid out with some direction and some discussion with commissioners to kind of move forward and say this is the plan. What you'll see is generally encompassing the whole park. There would be an asphalt paved trail that would connect a lot of these areas, provide walking paths, and provide kind of some of those scenic views for different areas. Additionally, there is more dedicated parking features instead of just the fields. And so here we've outlined 4 major paved parking areas and 1 limited parking that would be a gravel park area that provides some opportunities for that. Additionally, other things that were included in this were 2 11v11 soccer fields, which were full-size soccer fields that could be used as smaller fields too. So as you look at that, we kind of outlined the 2 areas, one central. That entire area, those 2 fields combined, represents a full-size soccer field. The 2 little ones represent like 2 youth soccer fields. So basically with this configuration, you'd end up with 2 full-size soccer fields that could be broken down into smaller groups. We talked a little bit about the parking. One of those parking areas would be specifically designated a little bit heavier construction asphalt thickness for horse trailer parking that provided some place for the fair and people that were participating in the fair that way. Additionally, we've outlined there's a spot there for some additional pickleball courts that would be similar to in location to the current pickleball tennis courts that are there, and probably one other major thing here is just we've also identified some areas where we could improve access to the river pockets. I think those are meant to be fairly natural and native, but provide a little bit of grading, maybe some rocks and features like that could provide access to for people to kind of get down and either whatever, participate in the river, float the river, fish in the river, whatever those things would be. The other, and mostly as a way of, we recognize that this is probably long term, but we wanted to make sure we provided an area for that potentially a future event complex. And as we look at that, the constraints that were related to your floodplain and your easements, this is really about the only location you could fit an event complex. We recognize that that is probably larger scope and budget than what was currently planned, but we wanted to identify an area that could potentially be used and not build major features there.
I don't mean to interrupt your thought process, Dory, but really quick, just so you're aware, there is a floodplain analysis being done currently. From the top of this property, you can see all the way to the far end of the city property, all the way up and down this stretch of river. So they're, instead of the typical 1D modeling that creates the AE zone, they're doing a 2D modeling on it. So the hope is, we don't know how, but the hope is it'll help restrict that a little bit, so that might really help this plan.
No, and you're absolutely right. And I think with that, what we see kind of that south side of your Fairgrounds Parkway is really the area that you could build, because even with those easements on the north side, provide some restrictions there too. So, and don't anticipate that anything's going to change on those anytime. But those are some of the major things. As we looked at that, we broke down with some discussions, kind of a quote-unquote a la carte type of budgeting to kind of break those down into fairly simple budgets. We have tried to account for some of those major items, added some cost to encompass some of those unknown features, and also a fairly decent contingency to say, hey, there is a lot of unknown things that can go into a design. At this point, we're very conceptual and early, and so we've tried to provide budgetary estimating of those things. These improvements, total with that budget would be about $7.4 million. But I think what our intent is, and with this discussion, is to say, how do we take this off into sizable portions to move forward and make a phasing plan that makes sense to the county. But I think that understanding costs helps to phase that in a meaningful way. I think that's probably the information that we're seeking, and whether that's today or in future meetings, is how do we meaningfully identify the priorities and the way that we phase this, recognizing that there still may be some tweaks to how this is laid out, but I think the main goal is to say, how do we phase this and identify priorities that we want to accomplish in the coming years, and down the road. I'm happy to answer questions and help resolve any concerns that there may be. Again, a lot of this work was done in 2022, 2023, but we're happy to take input and go from there and make adjustments as necessary.
On the pickleball court, you've got that's in an area that currently is the drain field. So does that mean we're planning on a sewer there versus the drain field for the septic?
Pickleball or soccer
Pickleball.
field?
So
Pickleball.
Oh, I thought the drain field was directly to the west of the
That's right.
restroom, isn't it?
It's
Yeah,
directly
that's where
to
those
the
soccer fields are.
Soccer field.
soccer fields are.
Yeah.
So that means we're gonna have to do some work on that, depending on what we want to do there. I know the pickleball courts, we're trying to look at enough pickleball courts for tournaments, that we can have a tournament there, which would bring in more tourism dollars and help fill the hotel. So that's a question I have. And of course, some of the biggest things, like you said, were the parking that people had questions on. And was there a reason why we did not do anything with those open spaces up toward, I mean, why we didn't put fields or anything like that in those areas to the east?
I think a couple of the reasons. One is your primary access is a lot of people would be crossing those pedestrian bridge to get to those. But two, I think there was some intent to identify some potential open areas that are maybe a little bit more conducive to not the recreation or local teams. I think we evaluated several different options on that. Those slopes on those ends are a little bit more, would require a little bit more grading, but not. I mean, definitely could do the work to put some of those things there. I think generally we looked at putting those sports fields in areas that were a little bit easy to access, as opposed to trying to haul and get across the river.
Yeah, I think we ought. I think once we get our report on that floodplain analysis and see where that's going to
Sure.
end up being, that we work on the horse trailer parking. I know one of the comments was to obviously get it closer to the fairgrounds, which makes sense. And then
For sure.
and what we could do about kind of moving around that event complex.
For sure, if we could flop those, I think that's great. And I think one of the perspectives here is with this, we recognize that the way this gets phased, some of these things will kind of remain as gravel areas that will provide parking short term, but we also wanted to be able to provide for some of those long-term solutions that maybe didn't want to build permanent features on an area where we might want an event complex or something like that.
I just don't see, I think that whole area where event complex is going to have to be parking. I mean,
Like you said, short term.
well, even long-term, I don't know, you can't, we barely can fit people as it is.
We can move it to the east, potentially based upon the floodplain analysis.
The parking?
No, the event complex. And that way we can have the parking centered or centered between the event center and the current agricultural part of the fairground.
Is the concern quantity or location or both?
Quantity and
It's both.
location. Yeah.
Because when the things happen, especially the
Yeah, for
Morgan
sure.
County Fair, that whole area
What-
is filled.
And I think part of this too is even some of those strategies to say, how do we continue to use I mean, even like those sports fields, like with some management, I think those could potentially be used on a fairground weekend for some parking. I think it's probably making sure that we lay off the water and it's not wet and it's dry and that we're getting good material in there before, so it's nice and solid. But I think a lot of that, I understand that concern to say fairground week or fair during the fair, basically everywhere through here is parking, right?
Yeah.
So, a couple of things within the current, what I would call the current fairgrounds area, which is the area to the southwest there. One, we've got a new building that we built 2 years ago that's not on here that we need to add, and that's a pavilion that's right between, well, really the two at the far south end there.
Okay.
Another is we need to plan a location for a new exhibit building. So that building on the, I guess, right side there, the east side, southeast side, is our current exhibit building, and it's nearing the end of its life. It's in pretty sad shape. So we need to provide for some space for that. Additionally, we have a request from the livestock group to extend their livestock barn to the north. And I'd like to at least show that on here as well. Another thought is, an event complex, we may be able to, and I don't know, we'd have to talk to the rodeo folks to see how they'd feel about this, but we may be able to get rid of the smaller outdoor arena and replace that with the event complex itself. If we had an indoor and an outdoor, that may be an option too. So maybe we can move some of that around a little bit. I would think, it's great to have a couple of soccer fields, but I think we probably could use even more than that in terms of field space. I don't know.
I think it needs to be more fields.
And maybe we call it multi-use field.
Yeah, multi-use
But-
fields, and instead of just soccer, because it needs to be for multi-use. Football, whatever it is, flag football, the adult sports, whatever those things are, we need to have those fields be multi-purpose fields.
The other discussion that we've had a little bit amongst the commission, we did a tour of the facility, it's been a month and a half ago, is in addition to just parking, having some RV type parking available for horse trailers and RVs, perhaps along that south side of the current parking area. So just something we can maybe, and I get this is very broad strokes, so
Sure.
we're not designing every detail of this, but just a thought of something we could maybe draw in there as a potential future RV parking
Some hookups and
pads.
yeah,
Yeah, with
Sure,
hookups.
some power.
Yeah, probably just power.
Just power.
Yeah,
We're not gonna get in the sewer business.
yeah, probably not sewer for sure. Maybe water.
We need water for the horses.
If not at each site, maybe a
But,
few.
but I think that helps as we price some of these things out and come up with some budgetary numbers. It helps to kind of identify some of those items and be able to phase it accordingly. So.
And also, you're gonna have to worry about some food pads, food truck pads, which would be electricity, possibly part of it, out in that area, especially for the event complex area, because that's too far away from the existing place for food trucks, which is already designed for that, kind of, but we need it out there. One of the biggest goals is this event complex is not just gonna be for the fairground time or the 4th of July time. It's going to be a year-round event center. That is the goal.
Yeah, I'd love to see some paths like that over by the pickleball court area where, a food truck could maybe pull up there and.
I think we can definitely add some of these things, and I think they're fairly reasonable. I would say, we did kind of plan on doing some landscaping in, irrigation systems on that, those east ends. So some of those changes from going from an open space to more of a field space, it's really some of the grading and those things that we can kind of work through as we get more specific on the intended use.
Now, did we ever consider pump bike park still, because you kind of negated putting that down in Mountain Green and putting it up here instead.
It was a discussion item. I think we've gone back and forth on those things. I mean, one other one that was in here previously was like a skate park. There was some discussion about that. I think we can definitely evaluate, and it really is this trade-off to say, like, one of the areas we identified as is, you know, potentially a pump park was that far east end, or a bike park. I think that is just always kind of the balance. There was some discussion about preserving some areas that are a little bit more serene when we originally discussed this, to say, hey, we don't necessarily want all of these intended for purely soccer games, football games, but maybe some areas where people could go, you know, walk and enjoy some of that serenity. By all means, we can adjust, but that was one reason we've kind of left some of those spaces up there a little bit more, less, you know, developed, but partially to provide some of that serenity up in at least a portion of the park. If that's the intent, we can continue with that, but we're also, this is not my park. We're happy to support you in whatever way
And you can
we
move
can.
up here.
Hey, it's a great area to
Part of
be.
your park.
I'm happy to support it, but I think ultimately it comes down to the decision of what, you know, you guys want.
Yeah, it's on.
I think overall, I love the broad
Told you to
vision,
put it
and
down.
there's a lot of great things.
Oh, definitely appreciate the work on this. I know one of the, we need to use some impact fees that we have available. Currently, we are renting field space from the school for our recreation sports, so this is very, very helpful in moving towards that.
And I think that's our intent too, to say is what's the priorities and how do we move forward. If we need to make some of these adjustments, we want to have an idea of how does the county budget for this moving forward, and what are the priorities.
Do we want to have a brief discussion on priorities here, and just to get kind of a thought process behind that?
I
To
think
look at
you
the
need
flood
to.
study.
So I think you've got elements of this plan that require refinement, but you need to identify your backbone infrastructure that fundamentally can't change.
For sure.
And we need to identify that, and then you can flip things around potentially, at least some things. So to me, that would be the fundamental thing that we would want to identify first. Get some cost estimates with respect to some of the items. I think it sounds like we need to move forward maybe at least on one of the fields sooner rather than later. And then beyond that, I don't know. I mean, the event complex seems to me to be, that is likely one of the more expensive things once you get your
Absolutely.
main infrastructure in. So that may be a separate discussion as to when you pull the trigger on that. We just need to identify a location, but to me, I would get the fundamental backbone infrastructure plan in place so that we know where we can't put either active or passive recreation uses, and then I would get an estimate on the 2 soccer fields. But do we need to put a bridge across the river for the second one? I think we'd just do the first one.
Yeah, so I think these two
For now.
these two here that are identified would not require the bridge. If we were to go north, kind of that north east corner, kind of where the limited parking is, that may require that at that point. But those first like 2 full-size fields, one on each side of the river, that those can be built soon.
So is that bridge already existing?
So this bridge there's a pedestrian bridge that we've identified on kind of the
This
east end.
bridge is?
Yeah.
Okay.
The bridge, over for the
There's one
road, that
there.
bridge is existing.
So Commissioner McConnell, if you
road.
golfed a little bit more,
Oh,
you would
that
drive
bridge.
over that bridge to go to Round Valley.
Oh, that's the one that
It is.
the development put in.
Correct.
Okay.
But I think we can refine these things. I do think we have a lot of that information about where infrastructure is. So to even show some of that broad infrastructure and potential, like, I think could be value added for you to see, hey, these are some of these phases that have to happen earlier than later. And I think that could help too.
I saw in the comments that they weren't the right size. I don't even see any.
So that comment, if you look at those, we identify this 190 by 130 feet. That is what I would say a small soccer field. But if you look on the bottom, there's this 360 by 240. That's a full-size soccer field. It's those two combined.
You
is,
showed two rather than
Oh.
one.
Yeah, so you kind of show
Yeah,
the intent
two
being
full size that you can convert to 4 by moving the goals and painting some different lines. I
And,
guess.
and so, yeah, and that's really, with this current plan, you would end up with two full-size fields, one on the west side of the river and one on the east side of the river.
And with the right donation, Robert, we could have that the McConnell complex.
For soccer?
Yes, yes.
He
for
wants some
soccer.
motocross.
It's not even a game we mention in my household. Sport, I guess.
Yeah.
Football.
I think if we're talking priorities, I think that field to the west side would probably be the easiest currently in terms of what would have to be done on the ground, I guess, the earth movement there. There's already some parking available right next to it, and there's already a restroom there in the pickleball court, so that seems like the most logical first thing to do. And I think for the most part, we know that there's not going to be major infrastructure through that area because the pipelines are there. We've already run water and power up to that restroom facility, so that infrastructure's in place.
And it's less likely to be in a floodplain.
Yeah, it's not in the floodplain. I think that's probably, in terms of field space, the first priority. In terms of infrastructure, we have a major infrastructure need within the current fair. I'll call it the fair facility. In terms of electricity, we're extremely lacking there, so that's a big project we need to tackle. But that doesn't do a whole lot for the rest of it, other than perhaps bringing more power in for a future event complex and other needs there.
So I know we'll seek some grants for some of these things, but are we contemplating financing these through a bond issuance or something?
Might have to.
I don't think we have yet, but
Yeah, might be a
guess we'd
future.
have to find out what the
future
cost
thought.
is and figure that out.
One other thing we have not discussed here, and that is what about a water kayak park for people along the river? As far as where it would be located would be nice to understand. Because there are some spots, just to consider that.
Yeah, and I think in our kind of early stages, there was some discussion. We did have some conversations with, I know Ogden City has built their kind of kayak park, rafting, and there has been some early discussions, but we didn't chase those quite as far, and we can answer some of those questions. I think the initial concern was probably just some of the costs associated with that.
Well, and I think more than anything, just as a broad stroke, it would be nice to list that on here somewhere.
Yeah.
So that may not happen in the next 2 decades, I don't know.
Yeah.
But maybe it will, maybe somebody will
Might,
come along and
because-
find the funding and be able to do it. We may not be able to in the next few years, but then again, you never know, so.
You never know. We can find a grant.
And if it's not listed there,
It will
it
be.
won't, right?
Oh, and we definitely can. I think that's part of this goal today too, is it's been about 18 months since we've had a formal discussion like this, and so it's nice to kind of get that updated feedback, get some direction, and keep moving on it.
Awesome. Other thoughts? Questions?
I mean, of course, we have a request, but this can be later for us, and that is we need to have an input for our river regatta, our cardboard regatta thing, so just a ramp be nice.
And I think part of that was identifying that limited parking on the north end so that access was a little bit easier up there.
They currently do that about where that footbridge is, don't they?
It's clear up at the far end up by the...
Oh, you're right, up where the
Yeah.
river bends right by the road.
Right there where it bends, right by the road, that's where we enter for the cardboard regatta.
The furthest east portion.
Yes. Right by the road. All the way to the bridge.
To the bridge that goes over the road.
They pull out whatever is left of the cardboard.
Just past that bridge. Okay. Any other questions for us?
Nope, I think this is great. This
We
gives
gave you
me
an
a lot of
earful.
direction, and I think just we'll follow up, we'll continue to follow up and maybe set up a informal follow-up meeting to kind of discuss the path forward. So I think this is great. Good feedback. I took some notes and I'll look back at some of these other things too.
Thank you, Troy.
Thank you. Perfect, thank you.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
your work on this. Okay. We will move to action item F2. This is a resolution to ratify the job posting that we've already posted for a Morgan County Fair coordinator. I'll note that we have wrangled someone to help us with the fair this year, but that individual will not agreed to do it this year and this year only. So we're still looking for a more permanent someone to do that. We have posted this job position. I don't know if we've gotten applicants or not yet. I haven't talked to Julie about that. Matt, have you heard by chance?
Has it been posted?
It has been
Yeah.
posted, yep.
I thought we had to ratify.
And that's what we're gonna do now. Yep.
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion that we approve Resolution CR 24-36, a ratification of the Morgan County Fair Coordinator job posting. Second.
A motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. Thank you. All right, moving on to item F3. We have two resolutions here. The first is regarding the approval of a parcel fabric development and addendum services contract with Pro West and Associates. The second is regarding a service agreement for surveying services.
There's a third.
I'm sorry. And C is for approval of a service agreement for surveying services with Wasatch City.
So the first one is the one that you approved the RFP back on March 12th. We brought what was remitted back on the April 16th meeting with the items that planning and zoning felt that they needed as far as layers, which brought us up to an estimated cost total of $248,503. This is the contract that spells that out. Janet has reviewed this, but she wanted Garrett to sign it.
In this, in the other information, it was saying that they have non.
That's on the
OC?
other ones.
Is that the other ones?
That's in the
Okay.
surveying, yes.
Okay.
So if we could do these
So
one at a
this is
time.
for the GIS development, correct?
Correct.
And this pricing's consistent with their proposal.
Exactly, yeah. And they put the things we requested as an addition in the addendum.
So we previously approved the funding to do this. Now we're approving the actual agreement.
Correct.
Any questions?
The only thing I had a question on is, so it included like 40 hours of support. I don't know if that's sufficient or not.
It's my understanding that that's after the go-live.
Correct. Did they choose that number, Brenda, or did we?
That was in their RFP.
Was it?
Mhm.
Okay. And then I guess the other thing is the ESRI training. Do you know the cost on that? I'm assuming the employees will have to take that. It said it doesn't include that. So.
Have licenses currently that we can work with, Esri with. I'm not sure with where we're going, if it's gonna be an additional fee from the licenses, because they offer, Esri offers with the licenses some training, and they've been already reached out on, using the Art Pro right now with 2 of our staff members.
So we currently have an Esri contract. Right.
Because we have
License, sorry.
licenses, we
Okay.
have, they provide certain services and we offer them for the licensing.
Okay.
Brenda, I assume you've reviewed this contract. Do you feel like it's got everything that you hoped and dreamed for?
Yes, I, by the stuff that we've talked about, talking to different counties and stuff, and the contracts they've worked with the other counties, I feel that it's gonna be a good move for our county.
Is there something else you would like to bring into it? Because you're kind of hesitant in there, and I just want to make sure that we've included everything that needs to be there.
Again, there's a couple of other things that are out there that I didn't see that was not part of the package, that it can be looked at after we go live and stuff with adding to the services.
So should it be included now? I mean, we're doing this for you.
I don't think
And
we
for
can.
them.
We don't have the proposal.
Again,
if
I
you
think
mean
there's some
tonight.
things that we should add, but with me not being here next year, I don't know if the next person feels that that's a need, but I feel it is.
Sounds like the best course then is we take this step and see where we're at when we're done with this, and we can decide if there's other items that need to be done.
Correct.
I think it's important that everyone understands how it's being paid for and stuff.
Yeah, I agree. So this is ARPA funding. So this is federal funding that will pay for this.
Right. Yes, and it's ARPA funding only is for certain projects and stuff, and we're fortunate that this is one of the projects that it falls under. Using this ARPA funds for.
Any further questions regarding the agreement or questions from Brenda? All right, if not, we'll look for a motion on item F3A. Resolution 24-26.
I'll make a motion that we approve Resolution CR 24-26. Approval of the parcel fabric development addendum service contract with Pro West and Associates.
Second it.
A motion and a second to approve. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. Okay, moving to item F3.
So this was in the 5-year plan that we talked about on getting us current on our GIS fabric was the first phase. And then we have been out of contract with a surveyor since 2013. So regardless, we need a contract. This is the one I presented the RFP to commission at the March 19th meeting. So we posted that for both this and 24-31. We felt at the time that we built out the 5-year plan that for expedition purposes, I guess that's not really a word, that Brenda in the recorder's office wanted a surveyor for specific tasks, and the planning and zoning wanted a surveyor for specific tasks. When we got the RFPs back, they were pretty much for these particular two just cookie cutters of the same thing, the same rates. There was 3 submissions, and the third one we just pretty much threw out and they did request feedback, and we gave it to them when they were not local, and their fees were probably 20% higher. These are fairly synchronous as far as fee studies. Yeah, but not, we're talking $5 an hour-ish. So in those discussions with going first with the recorder, she's been working with Intellis. We currently do work with Intellis. In this, they will continue the 23 plats already that they've already started with us and finish those out. This is our contract going forward. I believe Intellis tried to get us on the new rates. Is that the wrong one? On a new rate study, but we didn't have a contract yet, and so we weren't honoring those rates.
That was WC3.
Okay, thank you.
It's, yeah, different.
So, either way, we do not currently have a surveyor under contract. And in discussion with the recorder and planning together, all of us at one table, we felt it would be best to have one for each office. And that way, if there's a conflict with, we already have an agreement that we can, if Josh has a conflict with Wasatch Civil on a project, he can use Intellis, and that's why both of these are non-exclusive. So, Jared,
Kate?
go for it.
No, I felt, I was not at the meeting on March 19th, so did not have the opportunity to review that RFP. I should have looked back on the notes, so I could have reviewed it. And so when I found out that the RFP came out about a month ago, April 9th, I sent an email to Kate and Josh of my edits. I know Josh sent me and Garrett an email maybe a year ago, I think it was. That's how long ago we've been thinking about this. And said, hey, can I get some edits from you guys? And I never did get the edits over to Josh, but I sent it to him about a month ago. There's a couple concerns I have, and I didn't get a response on the email I sent to Josh and Kate, and my guess is, I reached out to Garrett also. My guess is because it was probably too late in the process. But I have a couple concerns. One is in our RFP, and maybe I can talk to Garrett about including this in the contracts of 2 surveyors, but there's about, from the research I did, there's about 9 state Utah code requirements for surveyors, for county surveyors, and they're specifically spelled out. And I don't think we have that anywhere in their contracts. I think they probably know what they are, being surveyors and doing that for a living, but I would love to see that in their contracts to say, don't just randomly say, I'm going to do this, versus saying, no, you have to follow code on what you're required to do as a surveyor, county surveyor. The other concern is I reached out to a few people. I've heard maybe one other county separated their surveyors to planning, one recorder. I've just heard of one. That never means that that's not a good thing to do. It's just I am never excited to be the first person to do something new, because I don't know how that will go. So I think that's a concern also. I know in the email I sent to Josh and Kate, I think we spent approximately $80,000 on a surveyor last year with the third-party surveying group as a approximate. So the concern would be, I just reached out to. I didn't reach out to you, Josh. I just reached out straight to the treasurer and said, how much did we pay Intellis? And that the total amount was $80,000. So that's how much we paid them. So I guess the concern would be if we have 2, the hope would be we're not doubling that, but maybe that's in how. I don't know. I'm interested to see how it goes. I'm not going to say no. I'm just very concerned. That's all. I think you do.
Come on up.
Sure.
Of the $80,000 that was spent to Intellis, it included their section corner grant funding, which is through Brenda's office. My office, I believe, was only about $55,000, and a majority of that was pass-through costs, meaning they sent us a bill, we paid it, and then we sent out that bill to the applicants and developers for the subdivisions that were being surveyed. And so that's kind of a zero sum, but it's kind of a pass-through cost. So it's not really.
And I apologize. I'm not concerned about what the county is paying or the residents. I'm concerned about what's being paid. That's all.
Okay.
Maybe
I just wanted to clarify,
been more
though,
clear on that.
what those
There
numbers
was
are.
$80,000 approximately worth of money that we paid them, whether it was a go through, whether we got it refunded or not. I just want to make sure that I just want to be careful now that we're adding another.
That's fine.
I don't know of any other county in the state that's doing this. I've heard Tooele maybe.
So going forward, Intellis, as far as those contracts, should only continue to do the section corners, unless there is a conflict. Then I could use them. But Wasatch Civil is going to take care of all the subdivisions, and since they're all in-house, we have them all under the same thing. So they're doing all the engineering and the surveying at the same time. So that should also keep costs down.
That'd be awesome. And if you guys don't mind, I'd love to, maybe I'll forward, well, you've got it, Josh, you don't, Brenda. I would love to have it inside their contracts, reference to state code of what they're required to do when they're doing this work. Okay.
additional.
Are you concerned about specific code references or just a requirement that they comply with applicable law?
Yes. Yeah, if they're applying with applicable law, it should be the state code references. I think sometimes the work isn't being done fully correctly like the state code says it needs to be done. So we're just saying, hey, dude, you're really supposed to be complying with state law.
I know that's in Entellus. All services shall be performed in the best interest of the county and in strict accordance with all applicable professional, statutory, and regulatory standards and codes, and in the most efficient and cost-effective manner practical. Is that what?
I can just give you my list. Well, I give it to you in that email.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But what you're asking for, does that cover what you're asking for that they have in the contract?
Yeah.
Or do we need to go back for addendum?
No, well.
That's what.
Well, you could,
It's
so
very-
you could deal with that fairly easily.
It is
Like,
very easy
have
to
that
have.
clause and saying, including specifically the following statutory provisions, and then just put in this list of.
Yeah, I mean, I think as a professional, you can always say, I'm going to follow all state and federal codes, and that would be my only contract. Well, kind of nice to be a little bit more, to lay it
That
out.
way you're drawing their specific attention to those provisions.
So how would you like me to do that? Do you want to table these?
I think we could approve it with that.
Condition.
With the condition that those be added
Are
to
you
the
comfortable
agreement
with
before
that?
signature.
But
And
what
we-
I'm adding is your
I'd wanna-
email.
Yeah,
The
and I would
emailed
want to make sure
RFP.
Garrett was good with it to our county attorney, of course, so.
So you may have to postpone it? No?
Approval
So-
based upon the
Subject
addition
to
and
his
subject to his
approval.
approval. It's just the email is April 9th.
Thank you. Like, we emailed.
I'll throw it to the top of your email box real quick.
Okay. Did I hear a motion in there somewhere?
So did we reduce CR 2426?
Yes, we did 2426, so we're on CR 24-30 and 30-31.
But we need to do them separately, right?
I think we should, yeah.
So I'll make a motion that we approve Resolution CR-24-30, a resolution of the Morgan County Commission to accept the agreement with Entellus, Inc. for non-exclusive surveying services to the Morgan County Recorder, with the following modification: that the compliance with applicable law provision include a specific reference to the statutory provisions cited by Commissioner Anderson.
Second.
Did you want to include approval by the county attorney as well?
Oh, yes.
And subject to the approval of the county attorney.
And I
Second
second
still
it
stands.
still.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. We are now,
I'll make the same motion with respect to Resolution CR-24-31, approval of the service agreement for surveying services with Wasatch Civil Engineering, with the same modifications.
Second.
a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. Thank you. Okay, we are moving on to action item F4. Nomination to the Planning Commission. As a maybe precursor to this discussion regarding the Planning Commission, I just wanted to make note. Many of you are aware that there were some changes made to the Planning Commission text a couple of months ago. Following that, there was a referendum that was filed regarding those changes. We have had some discussion with the sponsors of that referendum, and they requested some amendments to the language. Those amendments will go before the Planning Commission at their next meeting, which will occur this Thursday, and then they will forward a recommendation on to this body for us to look at that. Now, that being said, the two Planning Commission items that are on the agenda tonight would have no change based on that language, should that language be changed or not changed. I just want to make that clear to the public. So that's that, I guess.
So I guess I want to make a comment to that real quick, Chair. I just appreciate the communication. and hope that in the future, when there's items that come up before the commission, that there's communication. I mean, we all have jobs, and we all know that communication is the key. But just appreciate those applicants that filed that referendum communicating with us. The hope would have been if we could have communicated a little bit earlier, the referendum never would have come forth, and we could have worked. They could have come to these meetings, discussed it with us. We could have come to, made an improvement then. So, but appreciate them. Agreed.
Okay, with that, this one's your item, I guess.
Well, so technically, I don't know that it is. Under the revised plan, it would have been my item to recommend a planning commissioner from my district, in which case I was going to recommend Matthew Bishop for that particular seat. So I'll make that nomination. We can talk about considering it.
Okay, I have some questions on it. I know he's very qualified. Did you reach out to any of the other applicants to see whether or not they truly were qualified or not? Or is that just your one and only? Because a year or so ago, we were talked to by, in public comment time, when somebody had come and says we did not reach out to any other applicant, and all we did was one applicant. I mean, we looked and we found the one applicant, and we never did anything with the others. And so I'm just curious, are we doing our job this time, or are we not doing it?
So I sent an email indicating that I would nominate Mr. Bishop under the new program.
Right.
That it turned into this agenda item.
Right.
I still intend to nominate him under the new program.
And I agree
I've
with
read
that.
all of the application materials, and I've spoken with one other nominee.
Okay.
If you want me to speak to all of them for the nomination for Mountain Green, that's fine. All of them were from the Mountain Green area, so I don't know in terms of the at-large where you'd like to go with that one. So
So if I
again,
can
I was just saying I've received the application, I'd spoken with them, and that's who I intended to nominate in terms of.
And I read those emails, and I appreciate that. I just wanted to make sure that we did not end up having the same comment brought up by another constituent that had applied for the job, and we never gave him a chance.
So I'll make a comment to that. Under the new language, each commissioner has the ability to nominate.
Right, I
That's
understand
without
that.
application.
I
So whether
agree.
there's 1 or 10 or none,
Right.
you have that authority to nominate one. Now, there are 2 at-large positions, and those will be by application.
Right.
And I think that's where it may be appropriate to either interview those folks or
Right. And I can agree with your nomination. That is not my question. My question is have we done everything we were supposed to have done?
Well, when you say it like that, supposed to have done, the answer
or
is
not.
yes.
Okay.
If
Then
you
that's
if you
all I
want
needed
to,
to know.
I'm not aware of any particular process for vetting applicants for the planning commission, and I'm happy to do that though. If you're concerned, I'm happy to call and speak with all of them.
No, I don't think that's.
I looked and reviewed them and was looking for some particular qualifications and experience, or I wasn't looking for particular qualifications and experience. As I read through the applications, I noted particular qualifications and experience of certain applicants. And so those are the ones who I went further with respect to it. I think all of these people are great people. I think they all have talents and abilities that could be utilized. I will say that I spoke with Ty Gagnon, who also has some significant planning experience. He indicated on his application that he may not be available for all planning commission meetings, and he thinks that's roughly half, and that the others he would join electronically. I talked to him about instead serving on economic development, and he was excited about that. So that would be where I would make a recommendation for him.
Okay. I'm fine with it.
But I'm happy if you guys want frankly, for the at-large one, you can schedule interviews and whoever wants to come can come in and do that. Like I said, I was simply indicating that I was ready to
Yeah,
move forward under the new program
Right.
with an individual.
And I'm okay with it. I'm perfectly fine. I just
So I
wanted
can
to
speak
make
to
sure.
the procedural. So I was tasked with posting 2 openings, one for specific areas, so that we were respective of the previous text code amendment or the previous code plus
And
the
the
text
draft.
amendment, understanding that it went to referendum. And so that's why when we originally posted, we did post for 2 different areas at the request of the commission. One of those areas was Mountain Green. The ones that Commissioner McConnell reviewed were the only 2 that submitted at that time. When we only got applicants from Mountain Green and not the other area, we reposted for an at-large because no one had responded from that area, and then also from another area that we had a resignation for. So I feel like we have procedurally covered the old text, the new text, and the potential future text.
As complicated as that
As
is.
complicated as it is, yes.
Okay.
And this was just putting this on here, and I threw Robert under the bus and I made him go first. But the intention of putting 2 potential appointments on tonight, because we do have 4 open seats out of 7, and we are struggling to get a quorum. And if we want the referendum to drop based off of possibly planning and zoning passing the new text amendment, we can't do that if we don't have a quorum to pass it. So that was my intent. And then speaking with Chair Newton, he thought instead of putting all 4 on here, let's put 2. And that way we've found some happy ground between the current text and the potential amended text.
Because if we were to get the new text in place as opposed to at-large positions, then there's going to be nominations from each of you with respect to your
To areas, there'll still be 2 at large, but. So that's why I'm trying to respect all of the, like you mentioned before, now and later. Okay, so we have a nomination from Commissioner McConnell for Mr. Bishop for a planning commission seat.
Second.
I was gonna say, he made the motion or he made the motion?
No, I
Did you
can't
make a
make the
motion?
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Did you make a motion? Did you?
I
He
made
made
a
the
nomination.
Oh,
He made
so
the
do I need to make a
nomination.
motion? So I had to make a motion on the nomination?
Yes, you
Yes.
better make it.
Okay, I make a motion on the nomination then.
And I'll second.
And your motion is to
To appoint.
approve, I assume? Okay.
Yeah, sorry, I can reread the nomination if you'd
If I
like.
can put a
but-
pause on there real quick, I also need, when you make that motion, an effective date.
Okay.
Get effective immediately is
Okay.
my suggestion.
Yeah, well, this document says the 7th day of May.
That's today.
That was
Today.
The very last sentence, the appointment shall be effective blank day of, passed and adopted.
So we'll do the same
So
day.
how about if I just say I make a motion on resolution CR 24-32 and with the individual's name? Do we have everything else in this document?
We will.
Okay. I'm sorry, what was his name again?
Matthew
Matthew
Bishop.
Bishop.
Matthew Bishop. Make a nomination to approve resolution CR 24-32 with the applicant being Matthew Bishop.
I'll second it.
A motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And just for point of clarification, to be effective May 7th, 2024.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, motion passes and is unanimous. Okay, moving to the next item, this is nominations or appointments for one of the at-large seats. We can go about this however you would like to go about this. If you want to select from those, if you'd like to do some type of interview process, if you want to post again for the at-large positions, whatever you guys feel like doing is completely fine with me.
I personally think we ought to listen to each one of them. There's not that many.
There's not a lot.
So of the current applicants, of which there are 6 and
Well-
one's already been appointed, so 5.
So did we request at-large applicants? Or did we only request for the Mountain Green area
We
and another
requested
area?
for Mountain Green in the other area. We only had
And what's
respondents
the
for
other
Mountain
area?
Green. I don't remember. And then when I think it was,
It was Milton, I
It was,
believe.
it was Enterprise, wasn't it?
no, we have one
it's
from
Milton.
Enterprise.
Now we-
Shane's
Oh,
area.
it was Milton.
Shane.
okay.
And then when we did not have any applicants from Milton, we reposted it as an at-large. And these are the remaining that's submitted for that.
And if one of these is selected through a process or whatever we do, there would still be one at-large that we'll post.
Correct.
And then we'll do our nominations.
also have the
presumably for
Porterville
the
area.
areas once. we
You have the
finalize.
Porterville area that is also in need. Porterville, Richville.
So that'll be part of the nominations, but we're gonna wait until we get that text amended.
So at minimum,
specify those
this is
areas.
on here for possible appointment, but at minimum, I would love a procedure of how you would like to move forward with those at-large seats.
I think we ought to, at least with the at-large seats, we ought to interview them.
Like in work session, or
In
do
a
you
work
want to?
session?
Yeah.
But then and I'm just asking, do you want it the work session of the same meeting, or do you want it a work session and then the next meeting for appointment?
No, I think we could do it in the same meeting. Do a work session and then,
Is that cohesive?
So what would we do? Just have a work session and have each of them come in and take 5 minutes to talk about why they want to be on the planning commission?
yeah. And that would open it up again. I would recommend that we open it up
Okay,
for more applicants throughout the county to apply and have a deadline for that to.
and you want that coded as an at-large?
at-large.
Yes.
And just the
Because the
one?
applications are for at-large only.
So we're reopening
spot.
it.
Yes, reopening it.
And when would you like that to close? We've been normally doing it 2.5 weeks.
I would say 3 days before
Packet
I
is
mean,
due.
the Friday before the next meeting.
So you want this on the 21st? Okay. And so we'll do a work session.
Opening because I don't mind reopening. I was just thinking that if we were going to resolve and move forward with the other one, that we had the applicants for at-large and then.
I
the
think
areas.
Blaine has a couple of people that he wants to ask if they want to do it, is what I understand.
Well, we do,
No, I
we
actually
do
don't,
have two
because
at-large
I
positions. so-
don't have that. I just want to make sure that we've covered everybody in the county, because everything we got was from the Mountain Green area. I want to make sure that we've got a good, fair representation of the county. And if we have no other applicants, then fine, we'll just go with those
I
areas.
thought that's happened already.
Yes, I did send the link to all 5 commissioners, and it was on the website for quite some time. And I did send it to, I know Tina requested it, I sent it to Debbie Sessions, the chair of the planning commission as well. So I, short of an every door direct mail, I don't.
So I think it has been done in an overabundance of caution, because I want to make sure that particularly the folks who sponsored the referendum understand that we're not trying to pull one over or make a change here. I would prefer that we do advertise it one more time.
Okay.
We've got 2 at-large positions, let's advertise it. Anybody across the county can apply for those 2 positions. We've already got this group of applicants, we can.
Can we
add more
close
to
it before our next meeting? So
Oh,
we
yeah,
can
I want
get
to have it
some
closed the
appointments?
Friday
Okay, all
or
right.
Thursday before.
So when we post it, we'll say, please prepare to be available for the May 21st meeting between
Yes.
Yep.
and 4:30.
That'd be
And then we need
perfect.
to reach out to these existing applicants.
I shall do that.
You
So-
can include Ty, I mean, I think he was excited about the economic development, so.
Yeah.
the planning
And that
commission.
would be
Just for
fine with me.
continuity, I'll include them.
We need help there too.
So is there a motion to table?
Postpone.
Okay, so the motion on CR 24-33, Commissioner Fackrell, is what?
It's to postpone
Till our May 21st
to the
meeting.
May 21st meeting.
Second?
Okay, we have a motion and a
Pending
second
new
to
chair.
postpone. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you.
Can I request that we get some new chairs here? This
Sure.
one keeps going down.
Thinking? Yeah, there's one next to you. Swap it out.
Yeah, that one's the same way. And so is
about the
that
one-
one. I took that one from Matt, and it goes down too.
That's operator.
All
I
right.
don't think, mine's not going
That's
down.
not me.
No.
That's because you got a newer one that wasn't used.
Oh.
Gotcha. Okay, item F6. This is our public hearing item
Why is all synced?
regarding the Geologic Hazard Text Code Amendment. Josh, you're up.
As has been discussed a little bit earlier, County Commission directed staff to amend the geologic hazards ordinance to help property owners maybe mitigate some of the cost for the geohazards reports that they've been having to do. Staff took this to Planning Commission. Planning Commission recommended approval for and 1 against. They added some suggested language, which we've added in yellow in your packet. And then they had us delete out, this section does not apply to subdivision applications, so it will apply to individual property owners as well as to developers that apply for subdivisions. The county geologist and myself and Mark Miller went through the geohazards ordinance. The changes that are proposed here reflect that discussion. If you go to page 4 of the staff report, where it says 155.223, I'm just going to skip ahead a little bit. That contains all the soil classifications that were listed. We're proposing to delete QAY and then combine QAF 1 through 5 into a single designation, and then delete out QAL, QDB, QDLB, QL, QLF, and QLY. The county geologist is, I know, I see you're shaking your head. That's what it does to me when I look at soil classifications as well. So I've asked the county geologist to attend the meeting to answer questions on the soil classifications. There may be some additional areas that we can delete out that may be a little bit overbearing, but that would be a decision that the county commission would have to make in discussion with Bill Black. So if you'd like, I can turn it over to him and you can go through the soil classifications now, or I can go through some of the other changes first and then turn it over to him, however you want me to proceed.
I have a couple comments. I think it'd be good maybe
Maybe why don't you go through the other stuff?
or do you have
You
more
can
stuff
say-
to go through?
There's so we've added a change to 155.222, the applicability, which provides for the use of the web map for individuals and subdivisions, and it lays out the requirements and what would be required of those property owners. And then we've added something similar into the 155.224, responsibility for geologic hazard investigations, which also allows for and further defines the property owner's ability to use the web map. Those are the only real major changes. There's 2 places in our code that were in conflict, and so we're proposing to change the slope designation. This was requiring a 4 height to 1 vertical ratio would require natural slopes. It's kind of confusing. So our code specifically calls out 15% or greater is considered a hazardous slope. So we've changed this hazards section to also follow the other section that called out the 15% directly. So it's just bringing consistency towards different sections of our code. And then the only other thing, and maybe Bill Black can speak to this too, is the seismic slope stability analysis. Previously it was 2 inches or 5 centimeters, and then we're proposing to increase it to 4 inches and 10 centimeters. So we're basically having the hazardous, and maybe he can speak a little bit to that, because that's more geologist lingo than planner lingo. But other than that, those are the changes that the county commission requested that we make to make it a little bit more lenient for property owners. I do agree that the list of soils is still pretty long, and maybe you can talk to, in your discussion with Bill Black, maybe there's a few others that we can delete out. So I'll turn it over to him to.
I have a question before you do that. Go ahead.
Me too. I had a discussion with you, and this is maybe about 3 weeks ago, and very excited by the way that this is happening and that we're making changes that'll hopefully help streamline this. The discussion was an addition being built onto a home. I think currently any addition onto a home. Does that sound correct?
Any addition that adds habitable space.
Correct.
Yes.
So the concern, and I don't think this is the case everywhere, but I think the concern is when you've got an existing home, whether it's 20 or 30 or 50 years, and no movement at all has happened right next to that home, and they're doing an addition on it. That was the comment I made previously of the estimate.
Right.
The person got an estimate. I think it's 400 square feet, 300 square feet. Not much, but it's $6,000. The existing home, nothing's around it has moved. I think it's a 30 or 40-year-old home. So I guess there's a big concern that in our ordinance we're saying any addition. It would make sense to me if you're creating an addition that's larger than the home, then you're basically building a new home. If you want to look at it that way, that would make more sense to me. But if we're putting any kind of an addition on a home, I struggle with that. And maybe we say, hey, there are still major slide areas. If your home's shifted, if homes in the neighboring areas shifted, if you're near a scarp, anything like that, I get it. But man, when you've got a home that's been there 50 years and nothing around it's happened, and all of a sudden they're paying $6,000 to have a geologist look at it, and the result being you're good. I don't know. I would like to see the addition at least part change.
We can delete additions out if that's your desire. I'm not married to the text here, so.
Well, and I want to make sure, I definitely want to hear from Bill. And then the only other thought that I have is I know when we went through this process with Weber County, there was a lot of low-lying, valley-lying areas, not in alluvial fans, valley-lying areas where it really helped eliminate a lot of the geologic process for people that were in valley-lying areas. And just, I want to make sure with this being in the public comment period of this that I have a concern that really it doesn't feel like we're eliminating anything, not eliminating, not having to do research on every single lot that comes through from a geology standpoint. So, and I don't know if we can compare Weber County's code and see what they've done there. I don't know, and I think, Bill, you're probably familiar with that too. But anyways, there's just a concern that we go to some random lot in the Valley 4 and we say, nope, geology, nope, geology. Last thing I'll say is, of all the geology reports I've seen done, I think probably 5% of them has been, we just need to make sure somebody's there when you dig the footing and foundation. And somebody's there, a geologist, professional geologist, which we're paying more for the geologist to be there, and then nothing is done. So I want to make sure we're addressing where we need to address, and I'm very, very, very concerned that we're having residents spend money on reports, and that ultimate response is just make sure you're paying me again to watch you dig a foundation, and then I'll say it's okay. That's hard. It's hard. Coming from a professional, by the way. So it's just, I struggle with that. That's the comments I have. For Bill, I'll give you a little bit of a chance to think about it a minute. So,
Commissioner Wilson. Okay, and then my in the yellow you have the county geologist may require a geohazard study if a portion of the property contains a known hazard and they deem it necessary. Are we talking about two different studies here?
No. So the intent of D in one section, A in the other, which kind of they're both the same thing, is that if there's nothing on your property, or if there's a little bit of a hazard on your property, but it's not fully covered by a hazard, then we would turn that over to Bill Black as our consultant to make the final decision whether a report is needed or not. I've tried to draft this so that if there is a portion of the property that has a hazard, but there's no structure that's going to go in the hazard area, then you should still be able to use the web map and exempt yourself out, accept the affidavit of liability, and move forward with the construction of your home without a full report. However, if some of those hazards, I'm not a geologist, if some of those hazards are near where your house is going to go, then I would like the geologist to make that final determination about whether or not that report should be done or not. That's what that's in there for.
Okay, I just have a weird, I'm going through this right now, so I just thought you were going to throw up those lots so I could just go, Oh, I understand. So I can see and understand what we're approving here.
Yeah, we can
'Cause
bring
we've
it up
already
and-
decided we got to go ahead. We got to get this done because we can't.
Yeah, we
sit.
can bring up that property and show you if you'd like. And
501 South Highway 66.
yeah, when he was creating the map, I gave him that address and had him kind of create that map a while ago to take a look at it as kind of an example. Yep, that's it. It's the one that looks like an elephant on the left side.
They all look like elephants.
Well, this one has a trunk.
Maybe that's why my chair's going down.
Yeah, so according to this map, and I looked at the soil earlier, the soil designation for your property is to the south, right there. TN, and Bill can correct me if I'm wrong, is Norwood Tough. Is that right? Yeah. Okay, I got it right.
Got one.
That's about the extent of my knowledge when it comes to soils. However, you can also notice that the majority of the property has slopes that are greater than 15%, which would require some mitigation with regards to slope. You don't want to cut into the toe of the slope. Bill can speak to that as well.
So I guess my question is I don't see any flat area on there, even though there was 4 barns on there on flat area.
If you zoom in closer, there are some flat areas towards, when you zoom further in, keep going. So there are some flat areas on the, closer to the street. Anywhere where it's just gray just means that the soil is affecting it and there aren't any slopes to speak of. The orange is 15, I believe, and then the red means greater than that. Yeah.
That's what I can't understand is like on his or in some
That
others.
looks like red.
You've got
This
the
is
slope,
right?
but where they have come in and actually done leveling and done everything according to what I would assume is right, why would that not delineate it from this? I'm just.
You wouldn't
If,
make the
yeah, because if
assumption.
this is farmland or whatever, and it's just been graded in connection with the farming activity,
true.
there's no, that's not a graded, stabilized soil base.
Correct.
Okay, so you're saying we have to have it stabilized for the next 30 years before you can build on it?
No. No, all I'm saying is that if I'm a farmer and I've got a hillside and I'm going to grade it so that I can plant crops on it and water them, I'm not going to put in the same kind of foundational materials into the soil as part of my leveling process that will support a structure.
I guess maybe from a 30,000-foot view of the slope analysis, I guess the thought I have is we did a quick GIS look at the slope, and they're somewhat accurate. I wouldn't say exactly accurate, but at the same time, we can say, if I'm looking at this lot, there appears to be some slope on there that we need to address. Any person, if we're looking at this lot 593 and they want to do anything on that, we're going to say it's greater than 15%, so you're going to have to get your surface. You're going to have to show us how I guess that's the thought I have with the slope. Is all it's doing is saying you've got to address it. It's.
Yeah,
so
but to pay $6,000 for a geological study when we already know what it is, why do we have to do that again?
That's
Because
not what I'm saying.
that's not what the
But that's
geologic
what I am.
study does.
No geological study. It's just saying, is it more than 15%?
Okay.
So, to speak to that, when this came up, and Tyson can correct me if I'm wrong, but when we were sitting in his office and we were looking at this, I said to him, that can't be correct. It can't be completely red with just a few things. Until you go to Google Map and you put the little dude on the street and you look, and it we're like, oh yeah, it's accurate. It looked pretty accurate.
It's not accurate.
It's not accurate at all.
That is not accurate. It is 15% slope from the road to where they had all the barns, and then it goes clear back to the ditch flat, and then it goes up
it's
the
there.
mountain.
And it has been that way since pioneer days.
Days. That barn was over 100 years old.
So,
So that's my question, is I'm just trying to, not just his, but there's others throughout the whole valley that are this way. Whether they're, they put the barn on there in the 1800s, they put the barn up there and it stood until Matt went and tore it down, or somebody else tore it down. So I'm just trying to.
So you're
I'm just trying-
disagreeing with the accuracy of the map in terms of the
Correct. Right.
That's a different question altogether.
Yeah.
So you said it was LiDAR images?
LiDAR?
Data that we collected. This is state available data, so this is the state of Utah flying this and making it available. Just looking though, I mean, I'm visually not able to see any barns, and I know this imagery is actually fairly recent, and so maybe we could locate one of those barns.
No, the barns are gone.
They're gone.
They're torn down.
He said these were done in 2020?
This LiDAR was flown, so, and from what I've seen in the cases we've looked at, it's fairly accurate. This is data that LiDAR is definitely within a half a foot of accuracy. And so I think it's also important to note that you have, like the orange, for example, is symbolizing slopes anywhere from 15 to 25. So it could be a 15% slope, it could be a 24% slope.
It's flat.
So let's go, Tyson, let's go to exactly, just left of your cursor. Oh, yeah, right there, right where your cursor's at right now. That's the property they're talking about. So what they're saying is see where the trees are? If you zoom in, there's that line of trees. That's where the ditch is on the right-hand side there. And they're saying the property back to that ditch. Is that what you're saying?
That's
It's
correct.
flat.
Oh, we'll go back out with you.
And what you're
I
kind of
guess the
seeing is
concern is from what I've understood, if there's trees, it doesn't all the time go straight through to the ground. Is that correct?
absolutely. So there is a vegetation return that usually is mediated within the data, but it still is a variable. And so I agree with you. We may be seeing some tree returns in that area. But I think what this really should be used for is just not necessarily a red flag, but just a flag to go up. And oftentimes a site visit may just get rid of the concern in general. And so I don't think this is necessarily, and Josh may speak to this, this is a, stop everything kind of layer. This isn't just a layer of reference. That's kind of why I brought up the disclaimer at the beginning, is it's kind of like, this is the best information publicly available to make some decisions off of. Now it's, between you and planning to push it along and to even eliminate some of these concerns through, normal practices.
So you're saying a site visit could by bill, I guess, I'm guessing?
It would be up to the planning department to kind of work through those concerns. But you can see on the other side of the road, we're not really seeing any type of slope problems. And so...
Yeah, those are hay fields.
And then on the other side of the creek, you probably don't dispute that it's sloped.
Oh, no, it's a mountain.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a complete mountain.
It's a mountain.
So can I go back to the text amendment that we're trying to approve?
Absolutely not.
No. So all this discussion about that place and other places in the county, what is this text amendment going to really do for us
Well,
to take care of these situations?
The hope was that this would help let property owners take on the liability themselves and not
Instead of
and
having
skip the report. So, if you want me to put in wording in there that the geologist and planning staff will conduct a site visit to confirm, we could do that. Planning staff does site visits.
Josh, I think like in my situation, I would never want to build a house on bad soils, for one thing. it's just, when you've seen a barn there stand there for 150 years on a pebble and mortar foundation and never have a problem, then you just, and you see this kind of thing and they just go, oh, that's a huge slope. We're trying to get into a situation where if we had a site visit and you go, oh, I see what you're saying here, you know, so people don't have to expend those kind of dollars. It's expensive nowadays.
But I agree with that. But if you have this site, as it's reflected on the map, is 15% or greater slope characterized by Norwood Tough as the soil.
That's correct.
Wouldn't you want a recommendation from an engineer as to how to best build on that site?
Yep, absolutely.
And so our ordinance is saying, if this is, I don't mind if there's an exception, particularly on the slope issue, because, I mean, you can create a slope, if it's that accurate, by dumping a pile of dirt. And it's like, I'm not concerned about piles of dirt, and I'm not concerned about creeks or little retaining walls or things like that. That can all be easily dealt with as part of your engineering and building process.
Correct.
But if you're building on a relatively steep slope with soils that are typically not particularly stable, then you should do that in a particular way.
Right.
And you should pay an engineer to tell you how to do it, and you should probably pay the engineer to be there when your contractor does it, because sometimes they don't follow the recommendation, and then after the fact you end up with, you've already constructed and it wasn't constructed in accordance with the recommendation, and that's going to cost you a lot more than the $6,000 to pay to get the recommendation at the beginning. So on the slopes,
Neighbor's swimming pool in Mountain Green.
What's that?
Like your neighbor's swimming pool in Mountain Green.
Yeah. Well, look, I mean, my neighborhood had geotechnical studies, but they were for the overall neighborhood. And I don't know what happened there. It was a lot more water. I don't know if they followed, if they did or had a recommendation on how to properly build that pool, you know. But even my driveway, you know, it has got stuff going on underneath it, and I saw what they did to try to make sure that that worked well. And it still didn't, you know. So
Well, it brings up an interesting point of, is it up to the individual? Right? I mean, does the individual, and you give all the availability and options and anything they can look at from a soil classification, and do you leave it up to them? Because there's also the concern that the county comes in and says, well, we have our geologist and we've looked at this and we've told you what you need to do, and there's still movement.
yeah.
So what?
And large, I mean, that used to be always the law, you know, that's the individual's responsible, and they make whatever choices they make, and if their house falls into the river, it falls into the river. But what's happened more recently, and what gave rise to saying, hey, we need to be a little more careful about this, is that people built where they built, developers did what they did, people built the homes where they built, and then at the end of the day, when something slid, it's like, hey, it's the county's responsibility. You know, you shouldn't have approved a subdivision in this area. And it may not be the individual who did the original construction of the home. It may be somebody who bought it. They're the third potential buyer. They didn't really make that decision. They may not have known. And then they come, wait a minute, our house slid off the side. Why aren't you county responsible for having approved it in that area? This was done to try to provide, I think, the county with some protections to alert individuals that there are unstable soils in the county. There are situations where you should consult a geologist, and there are other situations where absolutely we're going to make you consult a geologist to make sure that you get the appropriate recommendations.
And that is not going to stop anything from sliding, hopefully. You never know.
Right. No, and we may do all of that and still have an issue, depending on all kinds of, a wide variety of factors.
So if we were to approve this text message, or text amendment, does that mean that now it's gonna fall upon the better speak over here. Does that mean that it's gonna fall upon the county now is responsible for that? Or is it still gonna be the responsibility of the original owner, whoever it is?
They have to sign a waiver, it's in there.
It's an
Right, but
affidavit of
I'm saying
liability.
somebody that goes and sells it 3 years later, who's liable for it?
Do we record the affidavit against the title?
Yeah, it'll be recorded.
So, I don't know that this fundamentally changes it, but I suppose it's advisable to ask why why we are removing QAY and QAF 2, 3, 4, and 5 and QAL, QDB, because I mean, when this was
additions to
done,
homes.
you know, when this was done, it was done with the recommendation of state officials and our own engineer and all of those sorts of things. And so, you know, I agree it's in some respects a painful ordinance to comply with, but it wasn't something that was drafted up by a bunch of people that didn't know what they were doing either.
That's true.
So basically, we're putting the responsibility upon our planning department and the individual that originally owned the home.
Well, we're not putting,
Developer.
I don't know, that depends on what you mean by
Well,
how you're
it
characterizing
says
the
the county will
responsibility.
require a note on the, this is in D, on the plat stating that are no known, which doesn't make sense, that are no known geologic hazards based on the county web map, along with all assumptions of liability.
So if a developer is going to develop a subdivision and he uses the web map, or she, and sees that there are absolutely no hazards, or the hazards are in areas that are not going to be affected by roads, infrastructure, or future building sites, then technically the developer can use this as well. And then on the plat itself, when it is recorded, there will be a note stating that there was no geologic hazard report conducted because our web map did not show any known hazards that would affect the construction of the homes. So that would go on the plat itself, along with the affidavit of liability by the developer.
Now, okay, so what do you mean with along with all assumption of liability?
Well, if they're going to rely on the web map instead of doing a geohazards report, then somebody has to assume the liability if there is an issue down the road. So that was the thinking.
No matter what the county does, they always have to assume liability no matter what we do.
That is not correct.
Then we ought to say that in everything we do, because we're not perfect. Whether it's in building inspections, whether it's geology, doesn't matter what we do, they have ultimate liability responsibility for their home.
That is correct. The
Okay.
homeowner, yeah.
Okay.
Or, yeah.
So we're adding this to this text, to our code.
That is the proposal based on direction from County Commission to staff. This was meant to address some concerns that the County Commission had.
We're trying to make the process a little bit more efficient and smoother for the applicant.
So this is just with respect to individual property owners?
Individual property owners or developers of future subdivision. It would apply to both. That was the recommendation.
So in section 155.228, it says repealed. Is that what we're repealing also from all of this?
Yeah, we're recommending that that section be deleted because it wasn't working as I think it was set up to work. That section, my understanding from reading through it and talking with Bill, was if a property owner could get a geologist to write a letter stating that there were no geohazards on their property, then that letter would be sufficient instead of going through the entire process. However, no geologist is willing to give a letter and stamp it with their certification without doing the work. And so without doing the work, they're not going to do it.
And so we're bypassing that now. That's what the proposal is to bypass all of this extra stuff.
Well, right now I've been telling individuals that want to build a house or an addition or develop a subdivision that they need to either do a geohazards report if one wasn't done for the subdivision that they're buying a property in already, or they need to get a geologist to sign off that there are no known issues. But again,
That's the current process.
that's the current process.
And so what you're doing is taking that out and now putting the liability on.
No, I'm not taking that out. I'm giving another option to a property owner who wants to use the web map, and if they can show that there's no known issues related to soil, faults, known mudslide area or slide areas or slope, then they can proceed with the affidavit of liability.
There are some soil classifications that do not present issues, correct?
I would turn that
Gotta
over
be
to.
some. Gotta be at least one, I hope.
Bedrock.
If an earthquake happens.
It's hard to dig in, but yeah.
So would you like to go through the soils with Bill?
Yeah.
Okay. They're right there.
Okay, so let's take a look at some of these here, and let's talk about some of the ones that were taken out. And so the QAF 2, 3, 4, and 5. So what we decided to do was just combine all of those together into a 1 through 5. So that's basically all. That's just a administrative type of change. The other ones, the QAL, that's a stream alluvium, and that's a floodplain issue. So that's covered by FEMA floodplains. So there's really no need to have that here. The QDB and QDLB, those are Lake Bonneville deltaic sediments, and those are really only a hazard when you have slopes, and so that's covered by the slope section. That really they don't really need to be in there anymore either. And the QL and QLF and QLY, those are Lake Bonneville sediments also, or lake sediments. Once again, those are only an issue when there's slopes. If there's no slopes, then those kind of, Lake Bonneville sediments are fine in flatland. It's just when you put slopes on them.
And so those slopes are according to what this ordinance is saying, the .15 or
the 15% and 25%.
Okay.
And so, and if you think about that, so a 15% slope is like 6.7 to 1, and a 25% is 4 to 1. A 6.7 to 1 slope looks pretty flat when you're walking on it. 4 to 1 is pretty steep, and you have a tough time walking up something that's like a 2 to 1.
Yeah, you do.
So it can look like it's pretty flat. And then, so another thing we're looking at the LiDAR mapping with all those little dot areas. So when I'm looking at that, I'm looking for slopes that are higher than 4 feet. And on a 15% slope, that would be an area like 30 feet across, 26.7 feet. So you're looking at like all those little dots along the edge of a ditch or on someone's fill or a retaining wall. Those aren't going to count when I'm looking at it.
So I think you mentioned all of the soils except for that were being deleted except QAY.
QAY is also it's an alluvial soil. That's a
Okay. So
it's younger
because
alluvial.
we're already regulating slope.
Right.
We don't need to regulate any of the soil types that are deleted, and then QAF 1 through 5 is still in there.
It's still in there. It's just an administrative change. Yep.
Okay.
What's your thoughts, Bill, on additions? Because I guess it's hard for me to think through if a home has been there and for years and nothing's ever. I mean, how would you address an addition onto a home? I guess my initial thought would be if it's just an addition and it's less than the square footage of the home, why we haven't gone through any geologic study on it.
And so, and I was listening to you talk about that a little bit earlier, and I think I agree with that approach. Generally, with an addition where it's smaller than the house, and the house has already been there, I mean, it's pretty hard for us to do something about a hazard to a house that's already been there, right? There's no way to mitigate it now because the house is already there. So, I sort of agree with you when you're doing small additions. Those probably should be exempt. If you're going to do a bigger addition where it's bigger than the original house, then like you said, it's like another house. So then you should probably do it. Yeah, like I said, I think I'm in sort of an agreement with you that the small additions might be a good idea to exempt those kind of things, especially when it's already an existing house and there's really not much you can do about it anyway. So you're just spending a lot of money to get somebody to tell you something that you can't do anything about.
I like the thought of maybe if the square footage is smaller than the current footprint of the existing structure, it's exempt, and if it's greater, then it's not. That seems simple and easy.
Right. So what are some of the other things we were sort of mulling about here?
Yeah, I guess
so
I would love to at least look at maybe, because we went through this process at Weber County just to see, and maybe it's very similar, and maybe we're spot on, I don't know. But I know, I mean, I've sat in multiple rooms where we've had 30-year geologists arguing back and forth over how to deal with each of these soil analysis. I've gone through discussing with the UGS people who did it. How in the world did you draw these lines? Well, we looked at aerials and da-da-da. I'm thinking, man, that makes no sense to me, because I can look at one aerial and the next day it looks completely different. And maybe they say, hey, I can interpret this perfectly, but I don't perfect. I think we're doing our best to address it, and I'm not discounting what Commissioner McConnell said or Commissioner Wilson. Hey, if I know this is an issue or soil issue, I would definitely want somebody to help address it with me. So I'm not saying that at all. I guess there's just, again, there's a concern when I wouldn't even relate it to an existing structure. I would say an existing field. I mean, it's been flat, it's been work, for years and years and years, nothing's ever moved. Oh, we're gonna put a home on there. Wait a minute, let's spend $6,000 to have a geologist look at this. That doesn't make sense to me, and I'm not a geologist, but I've been in a lot of meetings, so I guess I just would want to make sure that if there's anything else, any way we could eliminate some of these lower lying soils that we just don't think there's going to be much, then that would be great. Maybe that's all I would say.
Why is it 10 grand to get a soil test?
Well, a lot of that cost is the geotechnical part of it, and that's soil sampling and lab analysis and things like that. Like Weber County does, they do a two-step process. Morgan County doesn't have that set up in their code, but what Weber County does is their hazard mapping identifies areas where a geologic report's required, and then so they have a geologist go out and maybe he does like a recon report, which maybe could be $800 to $1,200, and then he makes recommendations for anything additional that needs to be done based on that recon. And so that's sort of their two-step process. A lot of times in Weber County, when you get a site that has issues, most consultants will say, well, you can't do a recon, you're going to need to do this extra stuff. And when you start doing soil sampling or computer slope stability analyses, and you're working with a geologist and a geotechnical engineer, that's where the cost starts going up.
And there were a couple lots the years I was there. There were actually a couple lots they said you cannot build on this. I mean, to be fair, there were a couple lots they said you can't build on it.
So Josh suggested we should just run through this list of units, and let's talk about why they're here. So the QC is a colluvial unit, and so that can be a mix of landslides or slumps or talus or things like that. Usually it's not a very stable type of soil unit. The QMs are almost always mass wasting, so those are gravity-driven slope failure types of things. And they can be like QM is just a generic mass wasting unit. A QMRF is a rockfall unit. QMS is a slide. QMS1 is a young slide. QMSB is a slide that's roughly the age of Lake Bonneville. And QMSH is a historical slide. QMSY is a younger slide, which then means that they couldn't identify sort of what age it is. QMSO is an older one. QMT is talus. QMC is it's very similar to QMC or QC. QMG is a gravel type of slide, and QAC is a mixed alluvium and colluvium. Then we start going into some of these other ones. QG those are glacial sediments, all those glacial ones. Those are all slope stability prone.
And
Those are another unit that you generally only a hazard when you have a slope, but they're almost always going to be found with slopes because they're glacial units. So,
And I'm not mistaken. They create these soil classification boundaries by looking at aerials.
that's correct. Yes, they do. And the mapping is subject to interpretation. That is correct. They have gotten a little bit more sophisticated lately. They've got some really sophisticated 3D mapping that they can put air photos in.
Yep,
and
I've
they
seen
use this
that.
really expensive equipment with it.
Yeah.
In the old days, it used to be a little stereoscope.
No, I've seen the 3D aerial imaging where they do the different lights and darks, and you can literally see in some areas where there's landslide, you can see the landslide. You see right
Yep,
where
that's
it's at.
correct. Yep.
But yeah, I'm not discussing those major issues, but more the minor ones. When you've got a line going through the middle of a field, okay, somebody's seeing something in an aerial that I don't know if
That's
I'll
it,
ever see.
and that you're exactly right. It is subject to interpretation, and sometimes those lines are not lines; they are gradational. Another thing we talked about was the idea of having someone go out and sort of vet these sites. Someone, I don't know whether you want the county geologist, me, to go out and look at them, or if you want to do that sort of two-stage process like Weber County does, where you get a geologist, have him do a report. We'll take a look at your report, and if we agree with it, then you don't need to do anything more than that, or whatever he recommends.
I kind of like that.
I think, well, but this would not have to have a report at all if you're within the right map areas, right?
Correct.
Correct.
I'm just saying in the other
As the
areas.
secondary, yeah, I like that too. I think we're headed the right direction for sure, in trying to make this a little easier to understand and easier to comply with. So I think that's good, and appreciate this just looks like a foreign language to me when I look at all these. So.
And what's TN again?
TN is Norwood Formation, or Norwood Tuff. So that's a tertiary, it's like a bedrock, but it's really weathered. It was deformed from volcanic ash deposits. And so it's very, very prone to any type of slope failure or slope modifications. It collects water, it can swell. You can get clays in it that make it swell like in mountain green.
Well,
Yeah,
like
and
in
just about
any
everywhere, yeah.
area, yeah, Norwood Tuff is the one that raises
It's a really
eyebrows.
nasty landslide prone type of bedrock, but it's really not hard bedrock except where you have sandstone. And you do have some of that sandstone, up along Woodland Drive in Mountain Green. You can see those sandstone outcrops. But then you get clay layers in between there, and those are the ones that are terrible.
I agree with you, Chair, that we're getting better at trying to get this to a good place. I think for this process that we're doing tonight, I would just add that, and looking over at Commissioner McCollum, but just would add about the addition being smaller than 8 to 6 square footage of the home, that would be exempt.
I agree with that.
If you also want to add in that the county geologist can go out and verify or do a site visit where there are questions between the map and actual topography, we can add that in as well.
But are we comfortable with a third-party consultant doing that? It's the reconnaissance report that he talked about earlier, and then we just review it. I mean, I'm sure that we could identify the individuals who have the right qualifications to do that, require the applicant to retain an individual with the right qualifications to do the reconnaissance report.
We have a list of the ones that have submitted geoscoping applications with the county already, and they're all listed on the same sheet. So we're
I
not
think it
recommending
could just be an
anybody.
option. They could,
Yeah.
if
Or
they
they could
want to
move
choose
directly
to.
to the study, or,
Yeah.
The other thing I've wondered about, so if on some of these soil types, are the recommendations relatively standard, or do they all vary depending upon soil type, slope, and everything else?
And generally tend to be standard, but not always. Some are worse than others, and it also depends on what their configuration is, site specifically. So,
And I understand the comment with respect to the expansion and addition. I don't know that lesser than the size of the home is the right standard. So you could basically double the size of your home without doing that. I mean, first of all, I guess we'd have setback and all of that to analyze, but if you were literally doubling the footprint of your home and you were doubling it into an area that moved into slope, whereas your original footprint was on a flatter area of your parcel, then are you exempt even though you're moving into a slope area? Just because
you
it's
can still have the slope, just
because-
not the soil.
Is that what we're saying? We're limiting that exemption to just soil type as opposed to slope? Because
That was my understanding,
if
but
I've
maybe
got a
I'm-
home and I've built it within 6 feet of where my lot then starts to move up at 22% slope, do I get to expand back into that slope, cut in, do a massive cut so that I can fit it in there without having to have any kind of study done as to how I'm going to stabilize that slope?
I think that's more geotechnical than geology, but yeah, I don't.
I'm just saying, when are we going to require? Are we going to just give them an exemption for that under this because we've said as long as you don't more than double the size of your home, you're not required because it's just an addition. We don't care where the addition's going or what the soil type is or the slope is. We're just giving that exemption. So
I think outside of soil classifications, we're still concerned about slope. We're
Okay.
still concerned about retention. We're still concerned about how we're doing that. If we're that close to a geologic hazard as a home for years, yeah, I don't know how to address that.
So-
do we say you can do an addition on this side, not that side?
yeah, I mean, you might be able to expand a different direction. So all I'm saying is, in terms of our regulation of additions, I don't know that I just want to be sure we're careful about just saying, as long as your addition is not larger than the size of your home, what is it that we're exempting them from? If it's just, we're not going to worry about soil type, that's different than we're not worried about slope and.
Yeah, I guess the thought would just be the soil type, if that's what this is.
That's what I thought we were
talking about, yeah, just the soil
then
type.
you just add into that section, that 223 section, another thing saying, regarding additions and these geologic unit types, these types of additions are exempt from that. You would just add that into that. So the other thing with the site visit thing, the reason why I don't recommend that the county geologist does it is because it opens the county up to liability. Not that I'm going to make a mistake, someone after me might make a mistake, or maybe I would make a mistake. But I don't think the county wants that liability.
Doesn't want that liability.
Exactly. That's why I think Weber County's process, I think works better. Having a private person do it, a third party, whatever, and then the county looking at theirs.
I absolutely agree. The person who's charging the fee for these things ought to be the one taking responsibility. I mean, over and above the owner, or frankly, the developer. If they're retaining professionals, licensed professionals to perform the particular types of studies, those professionals should be the ones that are responsible. Now, typically their engagement letters limit their responsibility to the amount of their fee, so it's kind of hard, it's hard. That's part of the problem. So, but I like some of these changes, and I'm thinking that we need to postpone this to have them specifically drafted. With respect to the note that the Planning Commission added, are we really concerned about an assumption of liability, or are we talking about a disclaimer of the county's responsibility and liability? Because to me, it should be more the latter.
Yeah, I drafted it as they would assume the liability and they would record the affidavit of liability onto the property. But if you would rather have a waiver of liability, I could do that as well.
So, this is what I'm concerned about in terms of the assumption of liability, is how it's passed down from developer to merchant builder to owner to second owner to third
Yeah.
owner to fourth owner.
I would imagine it'd be part of the contract.
Yeah, maybe.
Part of the title.
Well, if it's on the plat, it'll be on the title, but I'm just wondering, do we really want to delve into that?
No.
Requiring somebody to assume liability for something, or are we simply saying, if you're gonna rely on our map, which is based upon state data that we've accumulated and put into this map, and not do your own geotechnical hazard, then we want a disclaimer of the county's responsibility with respect to geologic, geotechnical hazards on the property. That to me
I
is
like
more
that.
important than trying to wade into who has the liability issue.
I like that.
Great.
So,
This is scheduled for public hearing.
yeah, I
Yes,
was gonna say,
so
we need
let's-
to go into public hearing.
Everybody okay with moving into the public hearing? If so,
I-
we'll look for a motion to do that.
I move that we go into public hearing.
Second.
Motion a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, we are now in public hearing regarding the Geologic Hazard Code text amendment.
We've discussed my property. I have a 15,000-pound backhoe that I can barely put into the ground right where I want to dig, and that's all I want to say. I appreciate you guys working this out and figuring it out, but right now, the house was built in 1978. The garage was built 6 years ago. We're going between the two. Nothing's been disturbed, nothing's changed, and I bought this backhoe because that's what it's going to take to dig that ground. Now I'm really confused as to where I go from here. And
I don't blame you.
Process-
I'm confused too.
We started this process a year ago and had to fire the planning, the designer, and pick up another one, and so now we're really, I don't know.
So the
Being tomorrow at 9:15 with these gentlemen, that's be good to figure it out. So
Thank you.
I'm always afraid I'm going to break it. Tina Kelly, Mountain Green. I spoke at the Planning Commission, but you don't have their minutes, and it's not in your summary of their meeting. I really appreciated Commissioner McConnell's comments because I live in the area that was most affected by the landslide issues that brought about the geohazards, geotech ordinance. It was before I was on the county council, but we were dealing with the outfall of it when I came on the county council. My house looks across at the property where the house slid, and that the county had to go in and remove the house because it was becoming a attractive nuisance. So Mountain Green has several areas, and I was concerned to see that you were meddling or changing the ordinance. I just think you should be very careful because there's a reason, as Commissioner McConnell said, that the ordinance came into play, and there was a reason why a lot of things were put into it. I was concerned about some of the soil stuff that you were talking about, what you were taking out and why. But I was put a little bit more at ease because they did say in the Planning Commission meeting that Mark Miller had read this and given his comments to it, and he was consulted because he helped. We made some revisions to the original ordinance because there were people, you're talking about $6,000, $8,000, $12,000. There were people that were paying $100,000 in fees to geologic consultants to be able to build on their property. And we ended that cycle that was going on. We made a couple of changes, but we did it with professionals. We didn't rewrite it. We had the engineers and the consultants do that. So these were in place for a reason, and I'm glad to see that you're looking at it from that standpoint. That there's a reason to have professionals do what they do. Thank you.
Bart Smith, Mountain Green. I just want to tell you how refreshing it is to sit here with a commission that deals in common sense. The discussions that you hold are like none I've heard in the 20, 30 years I've developed up here and been frustrated. But what you bring up, the points that are pertinent, how you look for those concerns and how to even eliminate some of the hardships that don't need to be there. I agree with everything you've discussed tonight. I think there's some good movements. Now, as a developer, I've probably been impacted by this geologic hazard ordinance as much as anybody. I appreciate it. I was the developer of the house of the lot that was tore down, and the stigma that comes when things like that go sideways is bad for the community, for every homeowner. It has a stigma on them. So I think it's very careful that we are important. We take a lot of care in making sure that these important things are discussed and implemented. I'm just taking this opportunity to say that as I've gone through this new ordinance and with my subdivision that's coming up here, hopefully within the hour. If you're going to discuss about things in this ordinance, there is, and I'm not upset about the fact that lots have to be built to a standard when they're sold, that they're not there's no restrictions. So along with those not having restricted lots like we used to have, you have to show a buildable area that does not exceed 15% of 5,000 square feet. And to do that, you may have to retain. And I have no qualms with that. The one thing is they make you do all that before you even sell the lot. A lot of those lots are maybe just barely over that, and by placing a home on that lot at a certain situation or in a certain position, it can solve all that retaining. So I may have to go put a bunch of retaining walls in, and then when I get ready to build that house, I've got to tear all those retaining walls out to put the home, because the home can take care of that. To me, I think that's, and I know it's kind of hard because you say, well, yeah, but some developers are just cutting corners. They may not know how to do it. The builder comes in later. There's situations where you say, it's better to be safe than sorry, and I understand that. But I think I don't know if as you're going to discuss some things, to realize in some of these situations, the retention that can be done just by putting a home in that buildable area can resolve having to put a bunch of unnecessary cost. And then when the homeowner comes in and says, well, I don't really like where that retaining wall is, and then they got to move it and redo everything. That's only one thing. I know it has to be there, but I'm just wondering if there's a way that if you're going to discuss things, and maybe Bill's got some ideas. I know I've talked with Mark Miller, and he says, I know it's there for protection, but yeah, it probably could be better. So I'm just saying, if there's a way to do that, why waste money, I guess, is what I'm looking at. Because I think there's a way that the intent can be met with the construction of the home at that time. But then again, you've already sold the lot. So I that's where the dilemma is. Can you sell a lot knowing that home can fix that? Or does the developer still have to put the retaining walls in and then take them out later? Thanks.
Hi, my name is Wade Warner from Mountain Green also. I'm here because we've been talking with Josh about getting a building permit. And one of the things that we discovered is all the expenses associated with that. So when we talked with him a couple of weeks ago, he said there was a meeting to discuss this. In the meantime, we're trying to build on a lot that was approved back in the 90s. There's no hazards on the lot identified at that time. 3 other homes are up on that existing area right now. After talking with Josh, we went out and got some bids on geotech and hazards and things like that. $13,000 is where it came back at. So a major expense there. Also, the sprinkler system is a huge expense as well. And the roads, the requirements on the roads that the county is requiring is just a huge expense. So we're discovering all these expenses with hazard geotech, roads, sprinkler system in homes, not to mention all the other utilities that are involved with that. So just appreciate the discussion. We thought we'd wait before we move on the geotech to see what happened in today's meeting or tonight's meeting. But again, it sounds like that's going to be pushed out a little bit. So thank you for your time.
Okay, seeing no additional public comment, we'll look for a motion to adjourn the public hearing and reconvene the public meeting.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Okay, we are on item number F6, the Geologic Hazard Code text amendment.
So with respect to the comment about the retaining walls in the interim, I think as part of what we look at, I think we could look at that. I think the final developed state under the permit is probably most of what we're looking for, but we also need to address just disclosure so that a buyer of a lot understood that there are geological conditions that they will need to address as part of the construction on the lot.
Yeah, so Mr. Smith was kind of intermingling the item that's coming up in the second item after this one. It's kind of intermingling what we're talking about with the geohazards and what's required of developers to put in to create a buildable lot. And so I'll just comment on that. Shady Creek, if you go out there and you drive the property in question, it looks like an M or a W, however you want to look at it. It's got really steep slopes. There's 2 lots in particular that without the developer putting in the retaining walls, according to Mark Miller, our engineer, without those retaining walls, there's no way to create the developability and the building envelope. So addressing that. So he was required to go through a geologic hazard report, and a lot of what was in that report, the initial report, if I remember correctly, did not make any recommendations, which is why this is one of the reasons it was held up. This application, or that application, extends all the way back to November of 2022. And so there's a lot of issues that have been worked through with that. But they've already gone through the geohazard report stage for the entire subdivision. And Mark Miller's made sure that the recommendations of that geohazard report were put into place and implemented with the final plat.
So is the building envelope requirement in another section of the code?
The subdivision regulations require a building envelope of all lots within the subdivision be available to build at the time of recordation.
Okay, so it's a different section
That's
of the code.
correct, yeah.
Okay. All right.
Sorry.
And then with respect to, is it Mr. Quinlan? So on that one, I don't know even, you probably said this in your opening comments, but my memory is not that good. So is it a soils issue?
I don't know.
Okay.
So typically we require a geoscoping application. In the geoscoping application, there would be a geologist hired to put together a work plan for them to show and create the report. And typically the geoscoping application with a work plan signed by a geologist, we would meet around this table. Bill Black would review the work plan, and he would be on site when the test pits are dug and when the trenches are excavated.
But is his lot on the map characterized by a problematic soil, or is it a slope problem?
I do not know yet because the map is not live, and this situation with Mr. Quinlan came up yesterday, and so I haven't had a chance to look.
Okay.
We could look tonight.
So, just so you're aware, the county staff has to require the county follow the county code. And so if it's presently required, they have to require it. If we make a modification to the code at the meeting where this is brought back, or if maybe this isn't postponed, maybe it is done tonight, but once it's changed, then they can review your application in accordance with the changed code. But until we change it, we're obligated as a county, they're obligated as our staff to follow our current provision. So.
Okay. Where do we want to go from here?
I don't think it needs to take a long time to redo the things that we.
Should be able to fix those fairly quickly. Josh, is 2 weeks from now sufficient time to make those text amendments?
Sure.
Thank you for your
Said that
honesty.
in a very convincing manner. Okay. We'll look for a motion then.
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion that we postpone our decision on the Geological Hazard Code text amendment until our next meeting.
I'll second it.
A motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. Okay, we got 2 action items left. Action item number 7, the Whitbeck plat vacation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Action item F7 is the Whitbeck plat vacation. The project is approximately located at 2115 North Morgan Valley Drive in Milton. The current zoning is rural residential, 1 acre minimum, entirely for any lot or parcel that we're discussing tonight. Related to the subdivision anyway, the Ned Whitbeck subdivision. The acreage combined of the lot and parcel needing to be changed is 0.26 acres. When this plat vacation went to discussion with the Planning Commission at their regularly scheduled meeting on April 25, it was discussed that a smaller, and you can see it on your screen now, there's a square parcel that is a square lot that is the lot that is being vacated. And then there's a smaller rectangular parcel to the left on your screen there. And the staff, when researching that parcel, came up on some confusing information as to whether that was part of the subdivision previously. There's references to it in the boundary description that it was, but it doesn't have a serial number stating that it was, and so we weren't sure if that was previously vacated. But the Planning Commission, in their motion to recommend approval to this body, Mr. Chair, referenced the serial number of the square lot specifically to recommend to this body to be vacated. With that, the decision for that recommendation was unanimous, and I yield the rest of my time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Perfect. Other questions regarding this item?
Yeah, just a slight question. So you're saying that it's only the square you're talking about that they're vacating, or it's the rectangle plus the square?
We're staff in the recommendation for condition for approval are stating that the plat can vacate that square lot, but a parcel line adjustment after completion of this of tonight's decision could be taken care of with the parcel line adjustment. To have those two, the square lot that is being vacated and the rectangular parcel, be added to an additional, or to a larger ranch parcel, just bordering those two.
So to clarify, the square is definitely part of the existing subdivision. Mr. Whitbeck wants to combine both of these entities into the larger parcel. The legal description for the rectangle lot appears to reference and call it out as part of the subdivision. So I don't know if it's an error in the legal description. I've asked Jess Holyoke, who is the surveyor doing this vacation, to research that, because I believe it was either his father or him that did the previous subdivision. And so my recommendation would be that you make a recommendation to vacate both parcels out of that, or both of those fragments out of the subdivision, just in case the rectangle lot is part. The square lot fragment is definitely part of the subdivision, but there's questions with the legal description on the other.
Okay, so you're saying that lot 3A then, when these two are delineated from that lot, do they equal up to the 1-20 as far as the size of the subdivision? It seemed to me like it was a 1-20.
No, those two small pieces, they're not very large at all.
No, I meant lot 3A.
So
3A is not being vacated.
Yeah, I
3A
know,
is
but
not
that
being
does
vacated.
not, I mean, if you're taking that away from, is it coming away from 3A?
No, they
or-
weren't part of 3A.
No, they weren't part
Okay,
of 3A.
all right. That's where I had to have
When
a
the previous
understanding
subdivision
of.
was created, it left remainder fragments, which technically is not allowed by our code, so I don't know how it kind of made it through the process, but he's vacating these out because apparently he's paying more taxes on these two little fragments than he is on the entire
Subdivision. So,
the
then.
other parcel that's in Greenbelt.
So then the lot 1A then, because it says in there it's part of lots 1 and 3, I think. So it's basically taking it from both lots.
No,
Okay. So
it's not taking
weren't
it from
part of
any
any
lot at
lots.
all. They were remainder fragments that were left over from the previous subdivision.
And when you say the square is definitely included, it's not by virtue of the drawing, but you're saying by virtue of the perimeter description that's included on the plat.
That is correct.
They included that.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. That does just appear to be a mistake.
So this is to vacate those out so that he can combine
I'm ready
it.
for dinner and we're a long ways.
Sorry.
Okay, I'm fine with it.
Okay. Any other questions? Not, we'll look for a motion on item number 7.
I'll make a motion that we. Oh. What did you need, Josh?
It's back on the motion.
I'll make a
now.
motion that we approve the Whitbeck plat vacation application number 24012, approximately located at 2115 North Morgan Valley Drive within Milton, based on the findings listed in the staff report dated May 7th, 2024.
Second.
It's been motioned and
So,
seconded.
question on the motion.
Go ahead.
So that motion accomplishes the vacation. They will combine pursuant to a separate instrument, probably not with requiring our approval.
That is correct. So
Just
once
be a
they're
lot line
vacated,
adjustment.
yeah, once they're vacated out, they become parcels, and then they can go through the parcel line adjustment, which is just through the recorder, and it meets and bounds legal description.
Okay.
Okay, so it's been motioned and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. Thank you. All right. Last action item of the evening, Shady Creek subdivision final plat.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Action item F8, and for the benefit of the applicant, we made it within the hour. And so this is the Shady Creek final plat, application 22.074. The applicant being Bart Smith, S&S Holding LLC. The property address approximately located at 5700 West Woodland Drive in Mountain Green. The acreage affected being 18.39 acres. The general plan has this on the future land use map designated as rural residential and village low density residential, a mix of both. The zoning district prevailing is R120 throughout. For context, the concept plan was approved in January 18 of 2021, and just like Josh said, preliminary plat was approved in August of 2022. And I won't speak much to the geologic challenges of the site, but we have received both a grading plan that conforms with the intent of the county code and has been reviewed by staff. Same with a modified letter stamped by a certified geologist, that being Christensen Geotechnical, on file, Mr. Chair, and can be reviewed tonight by the commission. With that, I yield my time, and the applicant is in the audience, like I mentioned, and Josh and I can answer any questions you have. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Okay, commissioners, questions?
I've talked with Bart already on one item. He says he'd take care of it, and that is to make sure that we get underground internet throughout the subdivision. But my other main question is in lot number 18, does that really equal up to the half acre that it's supposed to be?
All lots meet minimum requirements for size.
'Cause that sure doesn't look it.
Well, it is. It's at least
Okay.
20,000.
I'll have to trust you, but it sure does not look it. And then in lot 8, the buildable area is on the, well, it doesn't show on your map there that you're showing up there. Lot 8 is not there. It's,
You click on the link and it'll take you to the full plan.
I've looked on that one too. Okay, on this one here, lot 8 is on the, I don't know if that's Highland Drive or what. But I'm just wondering, is that lot going to be entered from that road there, or is it going to be down from the Shady Creek lane? And the buildable area is up on the top.
Yeah, all lots are required to have a minimum of 5,000 square feet for buildable area, and that's denoted on the remaining pages of the plats.
Okay, any additional questions? Or questions for the applicant?
Lot 10, is that where the home is to be built, or is that already existing?
There are no existing homes on this property.
Okay, so you've got in there, you've got basically the area of where the home can be built, and it says in one of the descriptions on, I can see it better on my big computer at home, but this one I can't, so don't worry about it.
But are you saying not to worry about the question, or?
Well, I was just wondering, it said how much square footage the house was, or
No,
could
it's
be.
not the house. It's the building envelope. The building envelope is required to be a minimum of 5,000 square feet for every lot. The house has to be located within that building envelope.
Can you go to the other, yeah, right there. Now,
Yeah, this is part of the grading plan, so it doesn't technically show the building envelopes on this.
so on lot 10, go to that and just kind of enlarge it a little bit.
So that's an example. It's kind of grayed out of where the house will sit. The building envelope would encompass around that.
Okay. All right. So as far as the slope that we've been talking about, this is kind of steep. So how is that addressed?
This was addressed through a lengthy geohazards report, and they had to get a geologist to sign off and agree and take the liability, basically. So I don't disagree, but what they're proposing meets all the requirements of our code and was signed off by Mark Miller. We did not bring this forward until all the items that he had were addressed.
Okay.
Okay, anything else? If not, we'll look for a motion.
I guess I just wanted to make one last comment. Just appreciate staff, the way that they evaluate a subdivision like this. It's not easy to make sure everything's addressed as correctly as possible. So just appreciate all the work that planning department, engineer, everybody that's been involved in trying to do their best to address what's out there. So.
Can I make a comment, Chair?
Are you all right with me?
Yes, absolutely.
Usually you ask me, and I usually don't want to drag this out any
Go
longer,
for it.
but my first application on this project was submitted December of 2015. So this has been a long process. I did my initial geologic study. Bill Black was my geologist, and then the county hired him away from me. Actually, I did the initial study, then the geohazards ordinance was revised, so I got to do it again, a little more intense this time, and Bill did that one. And then he was hired away from me. I said, I think he could just review my final, because he's the one that did the study, but Mark Miller said, no, there's a conflict there. So I had to hire another geologist to review the county consultant's work to see if it's good. And it took a little while. So this process has kind of gone on through a lot of different processes. There's been a lot of issues, and it's drug on for a long time. But I can tell you that this thing has probably been reviewed more than any other subdivision those years. And everything has been looked at very closely. But just to address, Blaine, some of your concerns, you look at this slope and then you go up there, the lots either sit right on top of a ridge or they sit right down in the creek bottom. There's 3 lots that have just a little bit of slope, and those are the ones I have to put retaining walls into. But of the 21 lots, these lots are either on bedrock or sitting right on top of a ridge, which is the only reason. Now, my initial plan, Bill eliminated, when they did the second study, we actually found one area that we don't even want to deal with it. So I went from 22 to 21 lots, which I'm glad. I don't want to have any issues. So we've been very careful to make sure that this is not going to be any kind of a problem for people. And so I just want to let you know, there's been a lot, as was said, there's been a lot of work. It's been reviewed over, back and forth a lot of eyes on this. So I'm just kind of happy to see that maybe I can move forward finally after all these years. Thanks.
So, Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion that we approve the Shady Creek Final Plat application number 22.074, allowing for a 21-lot subdivision of land located at approximately 5700 West Woodland Drive in Mountain Green, based on the findings and with the conditions listed in the staff report dated May 7th, 2024.
I'll second it.
It's been motioned and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Awesome. Well, 9 years of work. All right.
Yeah.
It only took him 2 years since I got here, though.
There you go.
Let's be clear.
Way to expedite things there, Josh. Yeah, it has.
Can we speak about the comments that were made about Mountain Green Sewer Improvement District?
Sure, let's go ahead and do that.
Thank you. I asked Dave to stay to verify everything that I'm about to say. At no time have I ever given anybody permission to start construction without a permit. It would go against my ethical integrity to violate that basic standard of being fair and fair to everybody. So at no point did I ever tell Mountain Green Sewer Improvement District to start construction without a permit. I would invite him to send whatever documentation he has that would show that I had done that. It just does not exist. Secondly, they submitted for building permit all the way back in August. Because
August of 23.
23. Because of the tie to Sunrise Engineering and a commissioner, Dave decided to outsource that to WC3. WC3 has been working and reviewing those and providing comments all the way through December, where they submitted some additional things. It was reviewed again, and those comments were posted to Civic Review, and they were sent out to 2 different individuals. I can't verify whether they look at their email, whether they deleted them, whether they thought they were spam, whether it went to spam, but they went out. The attachment with those comments was more than 10 pages long. From January to now, it has absolutely been crickets from the contractor and from Mountain Green Sewer Improvement District. Throughout that entire time, both of those emails had access to Civic Review, and they could have logged on to Civic Review and seen the comments and tried to address those comments.
So what? They said they may not have received the emails, but they have logged on to Civic Review and seen the comments, or it was available for them to log on.
It was definitely available. Whenever somebody logs in, we set them up and they have access to Civic Review.
But we don't track whether or not they've in fact logged on, or do we?
I don't know if there's a way for us to track that or not.
All right, I just want to make sure I understood what your comment was.
So they submitted for building permit in August. Dave caught them starting construction in October and November, correct? Yep. At that time, we did not issue a stop work order because we prefer to work with property owners and to give them time to get the permit. They will be double feed. That is standard operating procedure for people that begin work without a permit. I will note that this is the second time Mountain Green Sewer Improvement District has built a building without a permit. They were double feed the last time, and they're going to be double feed this time. This building, I believe, the value is a lot more than what the value of the last building was. But this is a common situation, apparently, with Mountain Green Sewer Improvement District of pushing ahead without getting the permits. So, with that said, I think I've covered all of our bases. If Dave has anything else you want to add?
Anything else to add other than, when I spoke with contractor just 2 days ago, 3 days ago, last week, whatever it was, their superintendent had mentioned to me that he'd said to his chain of command that he thought they should have had us looking at the building, although we were never invited or even had any discussion at all about their continuing project.
So inspections were never scheduled?
No.
Inspections weren't scheduled then?
They didn't even address the plan review is basically, and to be honest with you, we'd been through this with the sewer district before, so I know they were getting inspections from an outside party, which is pretty standard procedure for those types of buildings. So and it was basically, I didn't follow up on it. Maybe I should have, but we got to the point where we decided we didn't want it, so that's why we stopped working on the project.
So the solution to the problem, to get them back working, is for them to respond to your review comments and get a permit issued, setting aside costs, fees, and so forth. And I assume the 5,000 a day is a delay damage being charged by the contractor, which may have some responsibility for securing the permit.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think you could say technically that whoever builds a building, they have all the responsibility to get a permit. And sometimes it's the owner, and other times it's the contractor.
Yeah, I don't have, we obviously don't have the contract. So my view is that we just need to be very clear with them. This is what you need to do in order to get moving again. Maybe you already have been. But I think we send them another email tomorrow saying, this is what has to happen in order for you to get moving forward. These are the review comments. They've been available. I don't know how far along they are. They must have had this conversation already, right? Was this the first that they came in and talked to you about the red tag? Okay. When was the red tag issued? I forget. And then they contacted you and said, what's up? And you said, here's our review comments. You didn't respond
Their
to
claim
it.
is they didn't see the comments. But
From
then it's
before,
like,
but
yeah.
at least this week they have them,
Oh,
right?
definitely.
Okay.
Yeah, they've been woken up, if that's the calm term to use.
Okay. Then it sounds like we've done what we can, and then the only thing else we could do is evaluate the fee, but that's not before us, so.
It was also asked if, when the 10 pages is addressed, if it could be expedited. And I don't have that authority, and Josh doesn't have the authority to fast track it. I think that would have to come from you guys, because it would be essentially taking out pushing forward in the queue the people that have submitted.
How long?
Typically,
So that's like-
typically when it's responding to the review comments, it usually goes right through. I mean, that's usually goes, and it's we've been turning all our commercial plans out to WC3 for the last few months, just based on workload, and we don't have the capacity to do it. I don't know what their procedure is. We can ask them to expedite it.
But your typical turnaround on review comments, a return of review comments is, okay.
Yeah, we don't wait. We don't put them behind someone. They go in and they get addressed as soon as there's time available. That's the way I do it.
So have they even, so I'm assuming they filled out a permit
Yes,
application.
they did.
And have they even, I guess if it hasn't been issued, they haven't paid it.
Right, so they submitted an application, and only a couple of documents. I don't even think there was a full set of plans submitted with the initial application. So we went through several back and forths, and before we got even a complete set of plans. So as soon as we had a complete set of plans, we sent them out and started the review immediately. once we had them. So, yes, there was a delay on the front end of it, but that was their doing as well. It wasn't us that held them back.
Yeah, and I think I would add to that, definitely my understanding anyways, I think there was even a temp power with the condition that you got to get your building permit. I mean,
Right.
there was things that I think the county has done in multiple directions. This is not a private commercial building.
Right.
It's not. It's public, and I can probably count on one hand the public buildings that have been constructed in the county. So, I think with that intent in mind, we'll do everything we can to help you guys, but
Yeah.
you've got to follow the processes that are in place
well,
correctly.
and that's the thing. I didn't stop it before because I was hoping that they would get the stuff we needed taken care of. I didn't want to delay the project at all. That's why, we didn't stop.
And I think the other thing I'd add is the responses that the county will get from everybody involved will be, hopefully it won't be too overwhelming as far. I mean, this isn't a typical, even private commercial building. I mean, there's state regulations and laws that have to be followed.
Right. And-
On way beyond and above what the county is requiring. So there's daily documentation, 8 hours a day of inspections that were done that are going to be received.
And that was my understanding from the start.
So he'll receive them, but there's just the underlying of why didn't you follow you're supposed to follow the process correctly. So
That's the issue.
So I think we ought to do what we can to move it through as expeditiously as possible. I also think it might be good if there's a way in our system, when we send out a review comment, if we don't have a response back within, I don't know what the appropriate time frame is, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, that we if there's a way to send an automatic reminder that such and such was posted on this day, we've received no response. Please
And along those lines, that's what instigated the stop work order. Was I got an email from WC3 saying, "Hey, it's been months and we haven't heard this." Prior to that, I assumed that they were taking care of it.
Yeah, so if there's a way to remind ourselves and or remind the applicants that there's something pending here, I think it would be advisable. It's certainly not required by the law, but if we could, I think the more of these situations we can avoid, the better off. And most people are anxious and turn them right back to you, and it's like we're just following the process. But for those where it slips by, if we can automate that in a way, I'm not asking you guys to remember every one of them. I don't think that's fair to you. But if there's a way for our system to automatically send a notice either to you or to them, let's set it up.
I don't know if that's possible or not, but we can certainly speak with
Yeah, I'll have to talk with John Reynolds, who's the rep for Civic Review, to see if that's possible.
Let's just see, because if it is, it would be handy to have the tickler.
Right. If nothing's been uploaded or something to that effect.
or even to notify
Yeah, sure. I didn't, though, it's always like sitting there and there's always two sides to every story. I didn't appreciate it. It seemed a little deceitful to get up and kind of blame the county and put the pressure of they're charging us $5,000 a day because of you guys. And that was a little deceitful, if you ask me.
Yeah, if that was I don't know if that was his intent or not, but I agree if that was his intent. But, yeah, I think it was kind of a good shakeup for the contractor to realize, okay, guys, let's do this right and let's get it done right. So.
I would add to say that the county allowed them to, and I'm glad you clarified that, Josh. The county did not allow them to move forward without a building permit. They did it.
Their choice.
But that wasn't at our
And
admonishment.
I didn't specifically stop a few times.
And I know I kind of mentioned this to Josh in some emails, but from a really 30,000-foot view, I know of multiple other agencies, when I say agencies, cities and counties, where if a state building or a public district building or a school building is being built, they'll present to the county and say, we're paying a lot of money for daily inspections, we've got certified inspectors that are doing all this work. Are you guys good, county or city, that we do this in this manner, especially when it's way more stringent, way more than we ever have time to even do. That might be something we can introduce into our code one day, where we're not having to, especially if we're overloaded, there's no reason for us to continue to overload
They
ourselves.
still pull the building permit though?
Yeah, they'll pull the building permit, but they still go before the group and they say, hey, this is our process, who's gonna be inspecting it, you guys can get copies of everything.
It's
So-
pretty normal procedure. Not just buildings of this nature, but there are special inspectors required by code oftentimes, and I accept their inspections regularly. So, anyway.
I think that would help too, but that's later.
Well, and as far as, I don't know state buildings, I don't know the exact statute or anything, but my understanding is that state buildings are regulated by the state building official.
DFCM.
Yeah.
Well, school district buildings are as
Also.
well. What I don't know is if that statute exempts them from a local building.
Not a building permit requirement, but I think as far as the inspections are concerned.
Right.
And how the inspections are operated and taken care of and documented.
And school districts are specifically, they're not required. They're not required to give them. That's my understanding. But those are the only two.
Which is kind of crazy.
Those are the only two circumstances that I know of have an exemption.
Well, we appreciate your efforts on this, and thanks for the clarification.
No, later.
Okay, that brings us to Commissioner comments. Commissioner Anderson.
I think the main comment I have is our Commissioner Fackrell and I. Now, I don't think I saw any of you others free, so I don't want to. But we attended the UAC conference in St. George last week, and it was a very good conference. It's a legislative conference, so they really go over all the new bills. I haven't had time. I was out of the office Thursday and Friday, but I need to get with Commissioner Fackrell and make sure our notes are coinciding with everything on the bills that have been changed. And we plan to get that out to our elected officials and department heads in their departments to say, hey, you're aware of this change, and make sure you read through it, make sure you're addressing it correctly. So it's, I think every year, more and more bills are presented and more changes every year. So it was a good conference. Not everything's applicable to Morgan, obviously, but there was a lot of good that came out of the conference. So I think that was my main thing last week with the time I spent there with Commissioner Fackrell, and it was really good to see in St. George.
Do you guys stay in the same room to save the county money?
No, I stayed at my dad's.
That was against our policy.
All right. Anything else, Commissioner Anderson?
May I just
No,
add?
that's all I've got.
Can I just add to that for Commissioner Anderson? There were a lot of things we went over, and on Wednesday, there was a lot more items that we went over, and I talked to most of them with Kate, and she will give us, hopefully, all the things we discussed later, and I'll send it all out to you, or she will.
Well, and I just think it, sorry, I don't mean to, said I was done. I think it's good whenever we're going out to meetings like that. And I appreciate that Monday and Tuesday, those days, well, at least Tuesday all day, we sat literally next to each other and as we're writing down. And I think it's good in those meetings to say, let's get this, let's not just attend meetings and call it good. But if we're attending meetings and there's changes and things, let's get it out at the very minimum to Kate to get out to staff, but make sure we're letting everybody know what we're doing and what needs to get out. So.
Perfect. I do not have any new business to discuss. Commissioner Fackrell.
Yeah, I've got a few things. I'll try not to be long. Some of the things for the chamber, just so that you're aware, June 7th is going to be the golf tournament. They would like to know if we want to sponsor a team or whatever there. I am not a golfer, so it's up to you guys. And I can say that the city's already done theirs, or one, and we seem to never represent ourselves.
So gladly represent us.
So, it's June 8th, Saturday, June 8th.
No, it's Friday.
It's Friday?
Yes.
Oh, okay, so Friday the 7th is $480 for a team, and the city has 3 teams.
The city has 3 teams?
Yeah. And we don't have any.
Well, the
I will
city.
gladly golf for the
The city has
The
more
city
money.
has a putting green in Ty's office, so.
We're also going to have a cornhole tournament in the parking
So,
lot.
did you say you would gladly
I would
golf?
gladly golf on behalf of the county.
Okay. Sounds to me like we've got something we could do,
Just a
right?
team, sounds like.
A team of
team of 2,
Kate,
we would need 2.
Matt, Jared, and Robert.
I'm sure we can get 4 people from the county somewhere.
Oh, yeah, sure. Well, we've already got 2 by the sounds of it.
You'd want to win. I bet.
I
Yeah.
am not gonna
The only
do
thing
it.
on my golf clubs is
Throw the
dust.
you want to win card down, then I'm out.
Well, Jared's pretty good.
It's just a
If you want
participation fee.
somebody who can hit 1 or 2 shots over the course of the entire round,
So,
then
actually,
I can
our-
fill out your force.
Assistant County Attorney Janet, she is collegiately ranked.
Oh,
There we go.
Go.
well then we ought to have.
So
You're
it
not
sounds
supposed to
like we
got a
say that we have a
threesome.
ringer out loud.
Probably Corey would do it.
So do we need more than one team?
You got a triple.
Triple.
I guess you could put it out there and see if there's other county employees that'd be interested in.
Okay, could you do
But
that for us,
if we
Kate?
have 8 that's interested, do we want
So
to
do you want
2
me to
teams?
commit to 1 team or 1 with the possibility of 2?
Sounds like you can commit to one, and then let's put it out and see if any employees are interested in playing, and if so, we'll do a second team.
With the ringer over here.
Janet.
Yeah. And whoever else is good.
think
But
she
you don't want me.
Plays
Okay. The other thing is we have the Morgan Valley Auto Show coming up on June 15th at 9 a.m. And if any of you, I know Mike's going to be out of town, so I don't know what's going to happen. I hope his fire engine's still there, but or his dad's. If not, anyway, we have had interest in it of over 1,300 people right now that have shown an interest in coming to this. So that I hope will happen. We'll have a good showing. Also on July 4th, we have the July 4th activities coming up. There will be the cardboard regatta in the afternoon. There'll be the parade in the morning, and what else there, Debbie? Many things.
What date is that?
That's on July 4th. Yes. Oh, okay. All right. So we don't have to move
On Thursday?
on the 4th. Or whatever date that is,
It's a
because I
Thursday.
don't know.
It's a Thursday.
Okay, all right. And then we will need to also try to have, and I don't know who wants, whether or not you want me to do this, because it's not my department, but the fields along the roadside of the river, we would like to have them empty of cattle, if we're having any cattle in there at all this year anyway. So that way we can have people be able to go and sit by the river and watch it. at the fairgrounds.
Who's responsible for putting the cattle in the field?
Well, Brett said he was gonna have still somebody there this year.
We've leased it for a long time.
Well, but the lease went out last year.
But if the lease is up, then
There shouldn't be cattle in the field.
But I don't know if we have anything going in this year or not. That's something we could find out.
Does that sound like a Kate item then?
What field is it?
It's both fields along, well,
the
on
fairgrounds park area.
The fairgrounds park area, all the way up to the point where I mentioned earlier that we put the boats in, all the way from there down to the bridge. Okay? All right, and I think that's enough for tonight.
Okay, Commissioner McConnell.
I've become intimately familiar with the county's riser system, having set it up and taken it down on multiple occasions now, but they have had 2 inaugural concerts from both the Choral Society and then the community choir used them the next night. They work well and they were very appreciative, so I just thought I'd pass that on.
Okay. Commissioner Wilson.
I would just say we are behind on the county fair because of trying to find new people. We could really use some help. We would love to have some Mountain Green people, Robert. If you thought of anybody down there, I think it'd be helpful if we could pull somebody from down the Mountain Green area and have them. We did get one applicant. I did text Julie, and she said we got one applicant. She'll send it over to us. I was able to meet with the superintendent and talk about Lydia's situation. He was awesome, as I expected. And Cade and Lydia met with the superintendent, and she was really pleased with how that whole meeting went. Weber Morgan Health Department used some of their opioid dollars and hired a part-time person, Kate Dickman. She was a Larson before, from Mountain Green, and she will be working out of this office in the basement of the city, and she's a pretty energetic person, and I think she'll do a great job, but she'd like to come and give us a presentation, so I'll set that up also so she can share with us what she's doing so we can share that as well.
Have we done anything with that money? That opiate
Nope,
money?
we have not yet. And also, Weber Morgan Health, at our meeting, we're getting a new CFO. So if anybody knows anybody that wants to apply for that job, I think it's posted right now. So I think it would be a good job for somebody if they wanted to apply for it.
Not me.
Okay, that's it.
Financial officer?
CFO, not the CEO, huh?
CFO. Weber
Weber
Morgan
Morgan
Health.
So Dr. Cowan is still gonna be there then?
Their controller's still going to be there.
So I put, Commissioner McConnell had sent out a letter that mid-year our judge salary is going up. In doing the math on it, we will need to do a budget adjustment for $4,500 to meet that for the next 6 months from July 1 forward. So if you guys are good with me submitting that budget adjustment. Yes, okay.
I thought he did that at our choice. I thought he did that at our.
Yeah, but they went and changed it again to where the state.
It's now a percentage of the full-time
Yeah.
district judge, which then upped it.
So even though we raised it, it's still higher.
A reminder that you use county computers and emails, and your know-before training is due.
Yeah, we have about
Been a
30
minute.
days still to complete it.
Okay,
So
sent
I
out
did
March
that, and then I
26th.
got a notice about one other thing.
Another one, yeah. The fishing,
And I tried to do it, and then I forgot my
I know,
password,
I
and
did
so
too.
I have to
That's a Jeremy. Jeremy. Reset
go
Robert's
through the
password.
process of
If
doing
you've done it
I
for
don't
other
remember
boards, do you
mine
still
either.
have to do it for this?
That is a
one?
Jeremy question.
What's that?
That's a Jeremy question.
Jeremy,
IT, I'll have him pop in.
oh, at the state?
No, our IT
Here.
guy.
Oh, never mind. I was thinking the state. I thought it was a state thing.
It is a state thing. But I'm sure we have to report it. And then, as part of the East Canyon purchase, habitually, so right now there's cattle on that ground. And so that is there's sheep. I apologize. There is sheep. There's sheep on the ground. If he has already done the know before training, the same training for another entity, does
Other
he?
board. Can I just forward you that one? I forwarded to him.
And then I'm assuming his fishing one also timed out and he needs to reset his password. I'm talking about Robert McConnell.
Yeah, I'll do it.
Okay, that was it. Thank you. So then on the East Canyon, with the state purchasing East Canyon, right now there's sheep grazing on that ground. They do not want to continue with sheep on that ground. They are wanting to switch over to cattle. Their concern is with the state, the two entities that are purchasing it, granted they will all be for state use, but obviously our intent is some of that ground will be used for trails that we as a county will impose the rollback tax. And so they're wanting something, the rollback where us saying that it's going out of Greenbelt, even though it's not their intent to go out of Greenbelt.
If it's public ground,
But it's going from private to public.
And it was under
And
Greenbelt.
the private is, the seller would be subject to the rollback of the 5 years.
They're concerned about it
And
before
so
the
they-
sale finalizes.
Correct. So
Right.
the sale is set to finalize after the 1st of July because it was 2025 funding, 2024, 2025 funding. So they're kind of wanting, in some possible way, some guarantee from the county that we're not gonna roll back and charge it to the seller.
they're probably still satisfying greenbelt requirements.
But they do intend to switch from sheep to cattle.
That doesn't matter, they'd still be satisfying the greenbelt.
Correct.
And so I don't know why they would be worried about it being rolled back if they're satisfying the greenbelt requirement.
Okay, I'm passing on what was asked of me.
Well, upon the sale, that's when the rollback occurs.
So the rollback occurs upon the change of use.
Yeah, it's
To a
not this.
non-agricultural use, right?
Correct.
But then it's moving to public property, so there is no.
But the rollback tax is applied to the seller, not the buyer.
There was a law that was passed this year, I don't know what bill it was, 5-something, by Jason Kyle, but it doesn't go into effect until January of next year. And so therefore they cannot use that law, but we can go ahead and within ourselves go and say, no, we're okay with it.
I don't know how we could do that. We have the authority to say don't charge rollback taxes.
It's, so
If
we,
it's
we as a
statutorily
commission do
required
not,
to
you as a commission do not have that authority.
No, but we can recommend.
You can, so the assessor, upon a change, is the one that imposes the rollback. The rollback is 5 years of what we would have captured if it was full value and not greenbelt. And all that funds go to the state. And then they then turn back and give us 20% of what we recouped for them.
So would we need to pay that?
So we don't, I think it would just need to be a conversation between the commission and maybe Janelle Walker, the assessor, that, hey, this is the intent of this property. Do you see in this change a rollback? And if so, is that something we're willing to put a support letter forward to the purchaser, or the seller, saying that it's been discussed with the county assessor that this is the continued use of the land, Otis is switching the type of animal that'll be
the husbandry that'll be going on that property, and
Well, I think that has absolutely nothing to do with it.
That wouldn't have anything to do
I
with
don't
it.
think we should even talk about the type of livestock, because if they're satisfying green belt before and after, they're satisfying green belt before and after. I think that the discussion is simply,
Talk to Jeanette.
are we going to recognize that they intend to satisfy green belt before and after the sale of the property, and if so,
so if it is
Who that
rolled back,
could be.
they do have the right to go through Board of Equalization and to appeal the rollback, and you are the BOE. So I'm just giving you a heads up that that was a concern of the seller.
I can imagine.
Yeah, it's gonna be a large amount.
Yeah. And then
I'm
the
not
other.
sure that the seller would be required to.
They are.
They are
by law.
required.
They are.
Mhm.
Contractually, it's frequently allocated by.
Oh, it wasn't on mine. I had to do
Interesting.
Okay.
Okay.
Sounds like we can figure that. One last thing, Commissioner Freckle, do we have an update on the dome project?
that. Yes. Go ahead, Kate.
So we did get back RFP, way over budget. And by way over budget, we're talking 370,000 plus to do the project. So we met with Wasatch Civil again, and they are going to re-RFP it, for a different location on the mountain that's more flat and needs less grading. And also with, an alternative method of shoring up the foundation, and then we took out something else that we think that will,
Parking lot and sidewalks.
yeah.
Yeah, I guess it'd be, I mean, just seeing the plan I saw, I mean, it's on a slope, so.
Yes.
It's
get
a
it on
pretty
flat
good
ground,
slope.
you should
So
get way
we
better prices.
talked with Eric at the East Canyon, and if he
Got a
was okay with
geological
us
study done on it.
swapping. So it would be now located where the tent locations are, and the tent locations would go up on the higher elevation. And we think we can save at least 100,000 in that, but they're gonna RFP again with those changes since we did modify the scope.
Yeah. It's been a
So that's where
process.
it's
I was
at.
ready to
And we
scrap
just
the
had
whole
that
thing.
conversation on Monday, so yesterday. So they're intending to have that RFP redrafted and reposted Tuesday of next week.
Right. And we're gonna let the two applicants that did submit a bid, the RFP, we're gonna make sure they know of it.
Second.
So that way they can either rebid it or forget it.
Okay, sounds great. Anything else?
Next.
Need to do a closed session.
Okay, so you wanna make that, motion?
Yeah, I never remember.
I'll do it. I move that we go into closed session for the purpose of
Character and
character
professional
and
competency.
yeah, and professional competency.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?